Grand Rising. Sorry about that. Kind of got thrown off for a second.
All you haters, stop! Woo! Man, this beat is Red Rocker, T9, E40, Jelly Sickle, yo. They hate it when you bubble. See him in they huddles, always making trouble. What? Who? Jealous fellas, man. Fall up in the spot and from the jump they don't like me. Hat to the back and I'm feeling real hyphy. I'm a star, so I'm in with the belly pistol. That's cause the haters be sucking on jelly sickles. That mean the cycle of jealousy's real thick, man. I'm feeling this about to pop off real quick, man. But I ain't tryna have the feathers come and pinch me. Cause he's plotting on my cheddar, on my Minsky. Never tempt me, the Grinch, so you better never let not a nail, not a fella come against me. Up in Missouri is Jelly Sickle City. Jealousy watching and it ain't the right stare. Nightmares, don't let me go and rock the red spiked hair. They hate it when I do that right there. Yeah.
Take a look at this.
What? Jealous cycle sickness.
What you make you say?
Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What? Jealous cycle sickness. Jealous cycle sickness. Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Quick bumper, you gonna spark your tongue, keep a real pimp name about your mouth. 5 killing you like to dump 2 in your spine like it's an 80s crowd. I'm about to down the job. Coco be throwing tantrums. Cause I live up on a hill with a view on an acre in a big white mansion. I'll be all up in the dirty where they cook them fried turkeys. Be up in Houston with Mike Jones and Paul Wall. You want that fast quota, I want that slow nickel. Everything I got, I work for, so quit hating on me, nigga. Look at the trees, look at the sky, look at the moon, look at the moon. Look at these keys, look at my ride, I'm a tycoon. I'm a tycoon from the land of the gangsters and pimps and hustlers. 100 to get you $300 worth of hubba. Every time I look around, somebody done hit my style with a smile in my face and take my place. Hate, but it ain't gonna be no way, no high. Why? I'm lit like a candle and they hating cause I'm hot like the left sink handle.
Take a look at this.
What? Jealous cycle sickness.
What you make you say?
Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What? Jealous cycle sickness. Jealous cycle sickness. Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What? Jealous cycle sickness.
What you make you say?
Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What? Jealous cycle sickness. Jealous cycle sickness. Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Jelly Sickle, look at how that jelly trickles down his elbows, and you can smell those. Malaya haters from Calabasas to Melrose during his tail pose. I knock them out of his shell toes. When I walk into the spot, them suckers sucking on them sickles. Hate to see me shine and get to tripping when they out, they ripple. I get these rappers dripping jelly to the 3rd degree. Most of them in my city never know me, but yet they heard of me. At the BET Awards, chilling with the Federation, never get the woman at the door, giving away the shoes, didn't really want me to have them. And I had a ticket, I had to grab them. Come to find out, I was in a roundabout a couple of years ago. Here's the blow, cause I raked up dough. She's one of the women I left behind up at the wake-up show. Congratulate me, cause I'm a go-getter for show hitter. E40 and Nina, some flow spitters. But that don't mean you gotta hate. Jealousy's a sickness. Take another lick, man.
Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What?
Jealous cycle sickness.
What you make you say?
Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What?
Jealous cycle sickness. Jealous cycle sickness. Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What?
Jealous cycle sickness.
What you make you say?
Rockin' like a trick, yeah.
Take a look at this.
What?
Jealous cycle sickness. Jealous cycle sickness. Rockin' like a trick, yeah. Still my shit. Well, Grand Rising and welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, co-host of Frontline Black News, which comes out tomorrow at 10. Consistent regular contributor to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, usually on Tuesdays. Although I'm going to be doing massive amounts of shows on Blog Talk this month. Just cause. Let's see. And this is RVA. Revolutionary Agenda. Kind of like, I don't even know what to say about that. Except, sorry. I had a whole bunch of little programs planned today, and sad. I'm disappointed in the village. They know. It's alright. I don't know what's going on with a lot of them. So, and that's not my fault. I'm here. Everybody's been watching the RVA knows that, A, I'm shy. B, I have to be inspired. I have to do it when I want to. And sometimes really early in the morning is like, when I'm on, but I was been fucking off all day. I tell you, man, shout out to my boy Sabir. I was in his platform, and I was about to sign on, man. It got a hot ass fucking topic. I'm like, typing in, jumping on the panel. Then I went over to the Queen's platform. Listen to that. Man, I was in the giggly mood, so I laughed the whole time. I was clowning in there the whole time. I don't know why. Then everything always leads to some research. So, I have a lot, some things to talk about, and they're really important. And so one thing always leads to another when you're doing research. So we're going to get this started. Hello, 3 little eyeballs. Don't be weird. Say hi. Especially if you're a bot or something, so I kick you out. If not, it's cool. Just say hi. I also want to apologize, family, for me being really, really, really swollen. The heart is doing the worst. Hopefully it'll go away by tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff going on. I also want to shout out. No, not yet. I shout out the new Black media. They're making major waves. Yeah, there's so much to talk about. I do want to say that I will be doing another broadcast, a separate one, in addition to the Revolutionary Agenda, if I can get my sister in the same alignment. And it must be a ladies' show. It'd be like a 2 parts, a daytime one and a nighttime one, equally good. Cause maybe in the first, I would say she's there too. But I would say I'm the only active queen on Frontline campaign.org, and she is there. Queen B, she's my sister. She is there, but she's busy. She got a lot of things going on, and she does a lot of work in the community. She has a lot of things going on. She's inspirational. She also has life. You know what I mean? So, we've been talking about this program for about almost a year now, and just wasn't in accordance with her schedule. So now that she has had time, we've been discussing it, and we just got to get our alignments together. And I pretty much have got everything planned out. So if you know anything about me and them, us, my village, pretty much the one that does a lot of the back work. That's great stuff you see. Yeah, that's me. Shh. That's me. I also want. Oh man, so much to talk about. I kind of want to save some for tomorrow, but I don't know. The man might not let me do it. So thank you for showing up. I also want to talk about the narratives in Denver, in accordance with the mayor and who's running in 2023. Well, so all I gotta say is that I thoroughly defended my mate, and I just wish when you know something, you want to tell everybody, like, shh, I got the secrets, it's gonna be okay, but you just can't. That's why ruin it. It's all about strategy, right? Let's play the game. God, man, I hate people. It's like not that I hate them. I'm disgusted with white supremacy, especially here. And it's gonna be really hard. They want it to be really hard for my mate to run for mayor. They want it to be really hard. They want to discourage him from doing it. Which I think is cute. Really cute. I think they should keep on with that cuteness. The reason I say they want to discourage him is because he don't fit the mold. Somewhere this week, amongst all this Jewish stuff that was talked about, I'm not even going to get into it. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't want to talk about it. Amongst all this Jewish shit that we were talking about, someone said, no, he's not gonna be a good. He's not. They don't think he's hireable as the mayor. One part. 2, she said he's too. What is it? Outspoken. And I was like, meaning too black. Oh man, I was like, you only have no idea. Only have no, because they keep mentioning people like, oh, what about so and so running? Nope. And I'm like this, nope, not gonna happen. No, I'm like, dude, I shot down like 13 people. As I'm shooting them down, unbeknownst to this lady, she's shooting them down too. I'm like, huh. Some people can only be the force for so long. It's like, God, man, I have all the answers. I want to do all the work. I'm bored. I need a job. That's what people need. Something to do that's challenging enough for them so they can feel fulfilled. I don't feel fulfilled, so I feel like I do everybody's job better than them. Cocky, a little arrogant, I know. Just being patient, I guess. I just know. Anyway, I spent all day researching, laughing, and feeling confused. I had some religious confusions earlier, which led me into something else. Um, don't bring up religion, politics, those things, because not everybody's gonna be friends afterwards. So, and I'm one of those people that are always clowning on something, joking around, and like I don't know why, like everything's funny to me. Well, take that back. I've had some months where nothing has been amusing. Not my fault. I think that it's just too serious. Everybody around me is too serious. So my light that makes this happen kind of dim. I can't tell them anymore. It's just they're gonna just do it. So they kind of dimmed me down, and I was like, oh nah. So little by little, I've been just kind of like doing my own thing. I'm making myself laugh. See, you're all fucking day laughing, climbing around, talking shit. And usually I don't do that to other people normally. But I'm kind of getting these giggly moods. I can't help it. I feel like it's a trap for people who are reactionary. They go and they're listening to stuff like podcasts, and they're reactionary with the giggles, and they don't give a fuck that they're an asshole. They don't care what they're talking about. They're not gonna be apologetic, inclusive, none of that shit. they're gonna let their free spirited. Yeah, it's a setup. It's like a setup for fucking failure for us. Like, then all of a sudden, like, God, man, watch this be turned around later, be used against me. Villains. And you think about it, you're like, it's kind of funny when you say it like that, because you're already knowing. You're already knowing what kind of off-brand material that is, where they'd be like, man, that motherfucker's a villain. I knew they were going to do it. God, why, though? I hope it's worth it, because I had my free time. Yeah, so welcome. I did a couple videos, the last 2 videos. I noticed if anybody's been watching, and you noticed it's not on the channel. Yes, I deleted them. For 2 reasons. One, my mate's internet. I don't know the signal. I don't know. Maybe it's me and his signal and the wall. Who knows? Who knows? Does not like me doing my program there. So it's all choppy and breaks up, and it's very difficult for me to do any kind of podcasting. So that was one, and once I can't, I'm impatient. I'm an impatient person. Like I can't. I don't know what it is about. I think I channel my father or such shit. Really patient. So once I hear like it starts to be like quickly annoying, out fucking I'm done. You know what I mean? And kind of moved with it. So that's kind of not an attractive thing to do. So I just thought, I was like, man, this is frustrating. So if I'm frustrated, I can only imagine what it's like for you. So I took that down. Don't worry, I'll get back into it later on another day. And the other one, I felt like I was supposed to do something. I successfully did it. Couldn't help it. I clowned on it the whole time. People set themselves up for that shit sometimes, And I know what it looked like. It's like, well, who are you to talk about it? Nobody. Nor do I give a fuck. But I had to take that. I didn't have to take it down. I left it up for a few days. Hopefully the right people saw it. They got what they got out of it. I accomplished my little mission. There's no reason to keep it up. You know what I mean? So I took it down. Just because I'm not like that on this motherfucking internet. I give you whatever in person. It's just ask. It's okay. Everybody can get it. You know what I mean? Everybody can get it. So to do that kind of shit online, definitely out of my character. Because I'm like a tap in type. And I don't, it was just for what it was supposed to be for. I handled my business, took it off. And the only reason I took it off is because there's no reason for me to keep it up. It's no reason for me to do it. It's not, it's just something to make a point for a specific place. Period. And I left it up for like 4 or 5 days. That's a wrap. Let's see who messaged me. Hello, little eyeballs. That's you. Well, yeah. Thank you, sir. Glad you're watching, little eyeball. It's Jesse. Well, maybe he might get on, but I doubt it. So, not ready for this. All this news I got. So, well, glad you feel that way, Mr. Paris. I did talk about you earlier in the broadcast. So, yeah, I did talk about you earlier. We'll talk. I guess we'll talk whenever you have a chance. Let me know. Let's see. Yep. Thank you, sir. What else? See, this thing is sabotaging me, distracting me. Okay, so I got a lot of stuff to go over with you, and it's kind of good. So I just didn't know which way to go. Let me look at my notes real quick, and I also want to say it is quote unquote the White People's Black History Month. That's how. Yes, I said it just like that. The White People's Black History Month. And it's also called, for me, it's also called the Slavery Month. That's all we talk about. And it's sad. I'm not going to talk about it today. So, there is a lot of racist shit going on though in the world, and hopefully I can end it on a good note because I would like to talk about, maybe mention a couple of people that actually doing some shit. I did. I saw some dude actually created a whole fucking TV. You can't even plug it in. It's tight. I can't even find that video now. I've been looking for it for like an hour. But let's start with, I don't know. Mr. Paris, if you're still watching, you can join me on the reparations talk. Send me a message in the chat if you're available, and you can sit here and listen to reparations because it's getting saucy. Saucy for real. Yeah, family. Sorry about the appearance. Bad heart, super swollen. Who knows when that'll come down? I got like 70 pounds of water on me right now. It's horrible. Face, you see it later. Swollen, everything's swollen. God won't take me. Kidding. So let's get started. Let me go ahead and put this up. Yeah, let me put this up. Oh, wait, we'll go over here first. Yeah, but I think that thing with the with this platform where they were talking about the mayoral stuff here. Honestly, I think that it's designed to be hard on purpose. And when you got people that are, man, So yeah, look, I'm not gonna be censored. I'm gonna be like, shout out to Jason Black where he's like, we're not gonna water down our message. I should play that again because that shit was tight. Um, I'm not gonna water it down. I'm just gonna say it like this. I think that in 2022 here in Denver, they're never gonna evolve. They're never gonna be as accepting of the grassroots, black first, pro black, anything. And the only way they will accept it is to be motherfucking bold, aggressive, and fucking serious. And man, I had a whole thing. Had a whole program planned today. Oh man, just ruined it for me. I want to get into it. I know. See what I'm saying? Sorry, family. Let me address this. Like I said in my earlier statement, Black History Month is the white people's Black History Month is this month. And also the month of slavery. I like to call it because that's what we talk about. And I must show Mr. Paris's comments, which we already know that. Good looking out. I said that, and I said the first thing is sarcasm. Yeah, no, it's every day. Every day, all day, 24/7, 365 days. You know, can't really get tired of it. There's always somebody doing something. There's always something good. I like to say there's always something good happening. Not as much as more I like to be negative. I want to be negative, but I acknowledge it. I see it, and I'm just as frustrated and just equally mad, if not worse. So, yeah. Turn this down right here. So yeah, but when I say it's the white people's Black History Month, Black History Month. This month in particular is the white people's symbolic Black History Month, in my opinion. I don't debate it. It's just my opinion. Think about it. Really think about it. And like Mr. Paris said, it is 365. And especially lately, we need to really, I don't want to say we need to really celebrate us more. And I've been trying to do it a lot, but people are resistant. Resistant. Damn, don't be so resistant. Really, it's about to get really ugly out there, family. So we should take these little moments to celebrate being fucking black. Half black. At least half black. Fucking whole black. Just be black. Just be happy about that. Because it's about to get stupid dangerous out there. And stupid unhappy. Everybody's about to be unhappy. No one, and I don't want that. So let's just celebrate those things because we know we're at war. We know we're at war with it. I'm about to show you. It's about to get really ugly. But I just want you to know that just try to smile through that shit. Because I promise you don't want to go. I went like 6 months already with no smiling. And I've been very, very sad. On purpose, it seems like. And my light kind of dimmed out. And in 6 months, I feel like I look older. Because I'm not laughing all day, every day. Well, shit. Because I know what I'm like. I know me. Only people that like really, really know me that know that what I'm saying is true. So I recommend at least pretending to motherfuckers find something funny and laugh for like 2-3 hours a day. Period. Because anything else, you're gonna start dimming out. You know what I mean? Think about it. All right, let's get into this shit. Okay, I got the disclaimer on, and let's share the screen. We're gonna watch this together. Let me know if you want to come on for the reparations thing, Mr. Paris. And hey, little third eyeball. I see you. Don't be weird. Say hi. Let's see. What do I want to do? Okay. And upon sharing the screen, this is where she gets lost. Crazy. Oh man, don't let me get started on the housing situation here. Okay, well, first of all, I want to acknowledge this has happened. It's called from Dayton Police. When they dragged a paramedic. I just want to bring this up real quick. I'm gonna find my notebook because I got this written down too. I want to bring this up because what this video shows is really, really, really disturbing. And so, yeah, I'm just gonna bring that up. And then you didn't hear nothing else after this. Once I show you where else is the rest of the information, like anything new happened, I can't find it. You know what I mean? So I've been looking, but I think that this is not okay. Oh, sorry. Let me see.
Where the NAACP is denouncing the violent arrest of a black man who is a paraplegic and repeatedly told police officers he could not use his legs. A warning to our audience, this story includes disturbing images and descriptions of police violence.
Can you see
During
it?
a September 30th traffic stop, Dayton police officers stopped Clifford Owensby's car after they said it was seen leaving a suspected drug house. Police body camera footage released Friday shows the police officers telling Owensby to exit his car so a police dog could conduct an air sniff search. Owensby told them he could not step out of the car because he's a paraplegic. This is part of their exchange.
I can't step out of the car, sir. But you gotta believe you. I gotta help you.
I'll help you get out. I'm gonna help you get out. I'm gonna help you get out.
Well, I don't think that's gonna happen, sir. I don't think that's gonna happen, sir.
When the officers said they would help Owensby get out of the car, he said, "I don't think that's going to happen, sir." He used his cell phone to call for help, repeatedly requesting a supervising officer, a white shirt, as officers commanded him to get out of the vehicle.
I cannot step out of the car. I cannot step out of the vehicle.
You got in the car. You can get out of the car. You got in the car.
Hello. Hey, bro. Can you come down the street to Ferguson and Grand? The police just pulled me over and they trying to make me get out the car. And I'm telling them I'm a paraplegic. I can't get out the car without no help. They don't. Just come down the street, bring some people with cameras. Come down the street, come bring cameras and bring somebody so they can witness what's going on. I'm not getting out. I just told you I'm a paraplegic.
You see that shit? Look. So dude's already saying he's a paraplegic, meaning nothing's working for him. Like his legs aren't working. You know what I mean? That's what they're saying. And he had to call. Like, you know, that's probably the smartest thing he could have did is call anybody for like, come film this, because he is. Look, first of all, let's look at this guy's arm right here. Look at this dude. You're like, it's gonna get ugly.
Can you call your white shirt, please? If you pull me out of here, you better expect.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna pull you out and then I'll call a white shirt because you're getting out of the car. That's not an option. So you're getting out of this car so you can cooperate.
They're talking to him.
I'm gonna drag you out of the car. You see your two options here?
I know I got right, sir. I would like for you to call your white shirt.
Oh, God, poor thing.
Owensby is calmly in the car,
drugged by a brother.
But says simply he cannot move.
See, a brother and a white dude.
Body cam video then shows officers drag.
First of all, man, that's some old sellout shit. If he's a brother dragging a brother like that who can't walk, man, he's a real mark. For real. I don't give a fuck. You're a real mark. That is some real sellout fucking. I don't even know what the word is for that shit. But there's no reason for you to be doing that to your brother, for real. Like where's... Man, let me just stop. Disturbing.
Dragging Clifford Owensby out of his car, yanking him by his hair, flipping him on his stomach and handcuffing him as he screams and shouts for help. The officers then drag Clifford Owensby to their police car.
Look at this shit. Yeah, this is not for children. I don't think anybody's up right now, but this is pretty graphic. So put your children away. Disclaimer's going. So everything should be all good.
I'm a paraplegic, bro. I'm trying to tell you that I got help getting in the car. Y'all
Ooh. Look at that shit, man. Look, they grabbing him by his hair. Oh, cuz, you real wrong. Oh, my God.
Somebody help!
Clifford keeps shouting, "Somebody help." Officers also removed a 3-year-old child.
And there's a kid there. Oh, man. I'll be suing these motherfuckers for real. God, I'll be suing. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. How'd you get up in the chat? That's what I want to know. Okay, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's carry on. Because I started getting like, oh my God, like, who does this? But you know what? Like in Denver, I'm not going to lie. I myself have been a victim of fucking white supremacy and this type of bullshit here in this city. And I also seen them do it to a couple of people I know. In Denver, the police do that. In Aurora, they do that. So there's like, I've seen this at least, let's say I've been handicapped or disabled, I guess I would say, for like maybe 6 years. And yeah, I say maybe seven. I don't know. I gotta look at the paperwork. Yes, like 2015, 2016. I don't know. I'll files here right here. I would say that once I got on the street, oh yeah, no mercy. No motherfucking mercy. Crushed my chair. They fucking manhandle me. They manhandle me when they see me around. Like just like last year, I think it was like my last encounter. The year is still early. It's only February. I imagine by like next month or the month after, who knows? Just that lucky. But hindsight, they don't give a fuck. The police do not give a fuck. I mean, I watched them do a man with MS, severe MS, wrong. They accused him of stealing a wheelchair. Keep in mind, he was damn near blind. He could barely walk. Accused him of stealing a wheelchair from the airport. Did the rescue mission lent him because he needed one. I watched him drag another man who was paraplegic like this too, but he has some capabilities with his legs. In the back of the alley of the rescue mission, just because he was trying to keep me warm when I got out of jail. It was fucking freezing, and this dude lit a whole pizza box on fire. And they came down the alley. They're like, "You can't get here. Let's go." And then, motherfucking, we're black and resistant. Yeah, that didn't go well. And so they took my friend away. All because he lit up. He's trying to just keep me warm, man. How fucking cold it was. It was summertime. When I went into jail, it was winter when I got out. I wear dresses. Do the math. You know what I mean? And when I got out, I didn't have nowhere to go. So that's what they do. They just let you back on the street, and I had nowhere to go. So I went right to my usual spots where I was congregating with all the motherfucking homeless individuals and my little friends and my little drug dealing friends and my little friends. And I was just out there, man. I was in the back. I got there, it's like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Saw my friend chilling. And I was like, man, I just fucking got back out here. It's a little journey, especially when the buses aren't running. And I was really fucking cold. It was cold. It was wintertime when I got out. It was like barely the beginning of summer when I went in. So you can only imagine that I was cold and I just had enough clothes on just to be dressed. You know what I mean? So I didn't have no coat or none of that. It's me wearing dresses is fucking summertime. You know what I mean? Yeah, they didn't give a fuck then either. So they drug him. And I was like, you see you're on camera, right? They don't give a fuck. Oh, speaking of the cameras. Whew, got so much news about that. But yeah, there's Halo cams everywhere. But they didn't give a fuck. They know how to just delete. Shit goes missing. Like, that dude couldn't even prose his own case. This guy right here, I don't know.
From the back seat of the car. Clifford Owensby was not charged with any drug-related offenses.
Ooh.
He's now filed a complaint with the Dayton, Ohio unit of the NAACP. At a news conference Sunday, he described the assault.
They did not find any weapons, guns, or drugs. They did find my money, which they took.
Figures.
I don't see where I did anything wrong in this matter. And I am...
They pulled his hair. They did all kinds of shit.
For what they did to me. It was totally humiliation. It was hatred at its purest fashion. I have never seen or witnessed anything in my life. If they was caught doing this on camera, I can only imagine what would have happened if the cameras weren't rolling.
Word.
I feel like
they would have did more.
Me and they was going to hold me for ransom.
Ooh.
Everything that they did to me reminds me of what I used to watch on TV, the movie Roots.
Ooh.
It was total slavery. I felt like they was trying to catch a slave.
Ooh.
And they was threatening to tase me and all of that because I was crying out for help.
Ooh.
Tasing being the whip. And I keep getting whipped and whipped over and over every time I keep thinking about it. Every time I hear about somebody sharing that video, it is a constant reminder. I believe that those cops need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Ooh.
It is unfair that we have cops like that out here patrolling these streets in America.
Yep.
That's Clifford Owensby speaking through a face mask on Sunday at a news conference. For more,
I don't know why that was necessary.
Talk to Derek Foley. He's president of the Dayton unit of the NAACP.
Yeah, I know. That's what he said.
Sitting next to Clifford Owensby at that news
conference.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I did say that.
He's suing police for profiling.
That's why I was like,
unlawful arrest.
Whoever does, like, you're black, man.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
He's
Dr.
black.
Like, it's great to have you with us. But
why would you do that?
Not under
it's
these
fucking
circumstances.
Real off-brand mark.
Can you explain more what exactly took place?
Yes, thank you for having me on this morning to continue to discuss our client's case, Mr. Owensby, Clifford Owensby. I can tell you that according to his account of what has taken place, and if we match it up with the video footage that we have been able to obtain, here is how things occurred. Owensby left home that morning to go take his children to school. He went back home after dropping a couple of his kids off to school because he has 7 children, so he has a pretty big family.
Dang.
Then he proceeded and remembered that he needed...
Getting it in paralyzed and shit. Good for you.
To go and pick up some cable boxes from one of his tenants. So he went back out and he went to the home of where one of his tenants lived, which is
the NAACP.
To pick up the cable boxes. They brought
Thumbs
the cable
down.
boxes out
You know why. Oh, God, man, yeah.
He proceeded to leave the property.
Ugh.
So
NAACP.
He later
might as well just say
started driving, and shortly after that, the police turned their sirens on.
They for everybody.
Not for us. I want to be very clear here. From the start until the finish, our client was very compliant because it seemed like that's a sticking point in what the officers are trying to say.
Right, of course.
So they pulled him over. So that's compliancy number one.
Mm-hmm.
Turn their sirens on, and they pulled him over. He's compliant. Next thing they asked him to do is roll his windows down, to roll some of his windows down so they can test his car for tint, to see whether or not the tint was too dark. Ultimately, what they really truly did was a pretextual stop, because they thought that they were going to find drugs.
Yep.
They thought that they were going to find weapons.
Yep.
They thought they were going to find something illegal. So this stop about windows was a precursor to what they were really leading and wanting to do.
Which is a legal search.
So at that point in time, they tested his windows. They told him that his windows were too dark. Of course, they go back to his car. They run his name, see that he had prior weapons or drug charges stemming back from 2008. and here it is, we're 2021.
They ain't never gonna get rid of that. Ooh, see him throw a shoe.
So compliancy number 2 would be that they asked him to turn his car off.
He went to jail with no shoes on.
He turned his car off, but in his mind, he's wondering, well, why am I turning my car off? Really, he's thinking that he's going to be getting a ticket, a citation for windows, for his ticket being on his windows. And so with that being said, he wanted him to stop this car. Then after that, the officer, of course, asked him to get out of the car. He explained that he was paraplegic. He does not really truly have utilization of his legs. In fact, I know that when he came to our office a couple of times, one of my security staff helped him back in his vehicle, and I helped him in his vehicle the second time. So I know that he does not really have utilizations of his legs.
Haircut.
So, with that said, when the police officer said that he would help him out, at this point in time, the police officer in our client's purview was aggressive.
But it's important, family. It's important.
So really,
it's the whole reason why
afraid of that particular officer, and that's why he asked for a white shirt. And if you can hear clearly on the video, he asked for a white shirt several times. And then the officer ultimately said he'll call a white shirt once our client stepped out of the vehicle and or be pulled out of the vehicle.
Yeah, like it's a condition.
That is the narrative. He was stopped, a pretextual stop. He was compliant. Number one, from the stop, he pulled over, it complied. Number two, turn your car off. He complied.
That's usually how it goes down, right? Like really, we always compliant. Then they'll still find a way to flip it around like you was a motherfucking villain. Like no matter yes sir, no matter how much you don't want to, they'll always flip it because somehow they sense that little bit of resistance, man. It's just enough to fucking get under the skin. But you, man, black officers. So disappointing. How you gonna put your hands on him? How you gonna go along with? Oh my God, man! What's wrong with you people?
That they need to check his car and get a dog because of his prior convictions from 2000.
Man, they're always gonna hold that shit against us, man. You can't do nothing wrong. Okay, don't let you do nothing wrong. Like you'll always be remembered as a motherfucker that had pistol or doesn't matter. Damn it. Always have pistol, drugs, something. You did something. But man, he's in there and he had a kid in the back. No mention of that, right? It's fucking terrible. Hold on a sec.
Nate, that had nothing to do with the initial stop. And that's where it becomes very problematic. So then, when you take a look at the case pursuing, so then he said, well, you ain't going to be able to pull me out, sir, I'm a paraplegic. And he kept explaining to him that he's a paraplegic. Well, as you can hear clearly on the video, the officer said there's only one or two ways, only one or two things is going to happen. You got options. You got two options, in fact. Either they're going to pull you out, or you got to get out.
Basically, there's no option. There's like, dudes wanted to put their fucking hands on him anyway.
Get out of the vehicle like that.
Right.
So the officer chose
they thought he was lying.
The officers at that point in time chose the ladder to pull him out. And as they're pulling him out, they unbuckle the seatbelt. You'll be able to see that very clearly in the video.
Man, shame on you, motherfucking. Oh, shame on you. Shame on you, officers that are the same color as him.
Buckle the seatbelt. And then after that, they commenced to pulling him out.
Like, really, what kind of threat was that? Like, what threat did you feel? Because for real, like, that goes to, I'm always speaking to the black officers. What was the threat? Okay. Sorry. Some rude individual talking to me. Well, leave me alone. Okay, so, yeah, all right. Well, let me know what happens. Like, what would possess you to put your hands on him, Knowing he can't walk, he keeps saying it. But why would you do it? Just because this dude does it, or what? Like, what would lead you to do that? Just that's all I want to know. Like, and this goes for every black officer that does this to another brother or sister, along with the white man. That's all I gotta say. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care. I just really want to know what possesses you to do it. Like, have you ever just flipped yourself and put yourself in their place? And just think about how it would feel if some motherfucker grabbed you by your motherfucking hair and drug you down the street. Just saying. Regardless, like, I just want to know how it would feel if you flipped yourself around and you was in his place and that was an officer obviously abusing his power or feeling like he needed some power. So he did that. Like, why would you do that? Why? Like, I said solidarity and shit. Miss me with that shit.
He was scared for his life, so he held.
I would be scared for my life too.
Closed his eyes, according to his account.
It's a racial profiling when you're black.
He was afraid of what was going to happen, so that's why he closed his eyes and just held onto the steering wheel.
Person is black
so
too.
At that point in time,
clearly, right?
Dr. Ford,
yes,
Dr. Ford, I wanted to ask you: one, have the officers involved been identified at all? Because they must have filed incident reports, even if they didn't arrest them. And also, the release of the video. How was the video obtained? Because this incident happened on September 30th, so it's actually pretty.
Why does it matter?
Not too long since it happened that the video has been released. What was the process of getting the video made public?
They had to release it.
Well, the police department, they went through whatever details they wanted to go through, and and after that they did a briefing, I guess with the city commission, and then they released the video. So I guess they wanted to make certain that they had their ducks in a row to create their narrative about why they stopped him, what happened in terms of him being put on the vehicle. So yes, you bring up a good point. The time lapse of releasing the video. And that's part of the Dayton Unit NAACP 8-point strategy that we implemented with 21 different law enforcement agencies throughout Montgomery County, Ohio. At the death, after the death of George Floyd, we started. We actually assembled 18 different partners that we have, and we came up with an 8-point strategy on criminal justice reform and police accountability. That can be found on our website, on the front page of our website, if anyone cares to look at it. So part of that is training officers. Part of that is
for real,
immediately.
You can't train these motherfuckers.
You can look at our 8-point strategy, and these are things that we try to implement. The city of Dayton did assemble. If you're not aware, the city of Dayton did assemble
this shit need to be replaced.
5 working groups to look at police reform itself, and I commend them for doing that. And in fact,
oh my God!
Members of my leadership team actually
I can't play music right in between
working groups to help implement parts of our 8-point strategy in the recommendations that the city released. There was 142 recommendations.
Sounds like Denver.
That the full scope of the city of Dayton. So you had citizens involved, you had police department involved, you had business community involved, you had the faith community involved. It was a cross segment of various community stakeholders that they assembled, 5 working groups. And with that, they have, I think they have implemented maybe about 30 of them currently, somewhere along the
but this is that, and because the officers are black.
We have a long way to go inside of the city of Dayton.
The officers profiled him too, right? Because he's black, right?
And Dr. Ford,
that's what I
wanted to ask you about another case that happened earlier this year, very similar.
Let's change it. Let's change the subject.
Case of Jack Runzer, the 50-year-old man who was deaf, mute, and has cerebral palsy, and now is the subject of misconduct complaints against the police.
Okay.
Yes. So
pause right there. I don't want. Not that I don't want to talk about it. Not that I don't want to talk about it. Stay on this topic for a second. Let's see real quick. Let's see. I just kind of want to see what this is about right here.
If you get injured in an auto accident that wasn't your fault and you're suddenly facing unexpected medical
minimum for 10.
Okay. And what is that state minimum?
It's 50%.
And
you have to be able to look through the tape and see at least 50% what's behind me.
So this video
Has to be able to travel through the window.
is talking about the tint, and that's old boy right there.
And which windows were tinted here?
Yeah, so is it racial profiling when the police are black? And isn't it also an abuse of power or some abusive fucking shit that when it's a black officer doing it to another black person? It's like clearly coon shit for real, right? Abusive. I don't know. Like, ugh. Shame on you. Shame on you.
And so how did you proceed?
Officer Carter was driving, so he initiated the overhead emergency lights signal traffic stop, which occurred near Ferguson.
And what did you do upon making that traffic stop?
I made contact on the passenger side, or still on the passenger side, Officer Carter, approached me contact with Mr. Owens, and driver side.
Okay. And as you were proceeding here to this traffic stop, did you observe the defendant driving on a
whatever you guys can hear it
or private road?
Yes, it was a public road.
And as you made the traffic stop, did he stop when you requested?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
Officer Carter approached, introduced himself, explained the reason for the stop while I stood on the passenger side.
Okay. And as you approached the vehicle, did your impressions of the window tint change at that time?
No.
Okay. And what could you say to us about how that window tint appeared at that point?
The tint was still dark, too dark to identify him from the passenger side. You could see a silhouette. It was even dark enough that upon initial approach, a child wasn't even seeing the backseat. Couldn't be seeing the backseat.
After observing this and making
These
initial
fucking guys
contact with
sucks.
the driver, what did you do next?
We returned to our cruiser. I began to get our tint meter out, test it to make sure that it's working appropriately.
And how do you do that?
The meter comes with
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did say that. He did say that.
Each glass plate has a specific percentage.
Yeah, that's bad. Still a bad look.
Measure at. The meter is allowed to measure within plus or minus 2% of that glass.
Okay. And so you checked in this instance to see if the meter was operating properly?
Yes.
Did you find the meter was operating properly on this occasion?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
Let's fast
after
forward.
you
Let's go right here. Video. Ooh. They in the car. Let's back the shot up real quick. I just want to look at the window. It's like seduction doll CSI. Look. Oh, that's his window. Is that his window? Yeah, that's him. He can't see through that? Oh, that's another car. Question mark. Who's in front of me? Video, there's video showing. He do, don't he? You're not funny. That's not funny. Fuck is this?
And is this where you're testing the tent maker to make sure it operates properly?
With those light ass fucking testers, huh? Ha! I set this dude up to fail. Oh god, they ain't trying to give him a chance. Oh, you can't see old boy? I can see old boy.
It's one of the 20%.
And that's where you test the window to show that it's drug.
How old is the kid in the back? My kid is my first kid. Well, how old is the kid? 3.
Ooh, you lied.
Down the street, sir. What's your name again? Hammock. Yep, that's right.
Ooh.
And so they also, in that video assignment, indicated
They said they didn't know he had a kid in the back. The tent was so dark, they couldn't see a kid in the back.
This all happened in the city of Dayton, County Montgomery, State of Ohio.
Obviously, they lied. Totally making that shit up. As per usual. Motherfucking T's lying as usual.
So we're trying out to operate.
I know. Just like, oh, look alike too. Oh God, I don't care. I don't care. You already know how I feel about motherfucking them peoples. All look alike. What's the like? What's the real controversy? They say that about us, but we can't say it about them. Nah, not this year, Pookie. Not this year, Pookie. That dude is retarded for being there 5.5 years. He lied. I just want to know why he lied.
I know you just had surgery, so if you need to sit down, it's okay.
No, I prefer to stay if you don't mind.
That a boy.
I discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200
this
years.
channel right here, yeah.
I've discovered through my research
shit. Man. I just got a fundraise to buy that. I learned something like 4-minute commercial.
How'd you pronounce your name, sir?
Changed my whole life.
Thank you. So let me ask you, how long have you been a police officer?
5.5 years.
Were you trained to be one?
Yes.
How much training did you get?
It's 6 months at the Dayton Police Academy.
Not enough, huh?
This particular day, you saw the car.
I hope he's working up to start clowning.
Yes.
Was it moving when you first saw it?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that car before?
No.
Never.
And how far did you follow the car before you signaled it to pull over?
4 or 5 blocks.
4 or 5 blocks.
Pull over without incident?
Yes.
You asked for his credentials?
Officer Parker did.
Why do you think they follow you for 4 or 5 blocks? Should be like 2 is like the max.
Were you inside the car or outside the car when the credentials were given to your partner?
I was standing on the passenger side of the car.
Right. So when you were standing on the driver's side, you were able to look around in the car. You didn't see anything suspicious in that, did you?
I was standing on the passenger side, and my view was obstructed by the tenant windows.
But did you ever look around in the car to see if you've seen any weapons in plain view or anything like that?
To the best of my ability, I tried to, yes.
You did that?
I attempted to.
Right. You routinely do that, don't you?
Yes.
Right. And you didn't see anything?
From my standpoint, it was hard to see into the vehicle, but from what I could see.
You didn't see anything?
Man, don't make me rewind that beautiful beat footage. I can see in the vehicle.
I was unable to see anything.
And I got bad eyes, even if I'm wearing lens-free spectacles.
Yes,
Did you know him?
I didn't know him from Ralph. From the beginning, I later found out that I had an encounter with him before.
Well, when you saw him that particular day, did you recall whether or not you knew him or not?
No, I did not recall right at that moment that I had a prior incident with him.
Well, after he surrendered his documents, did you look at them?
No, I did not.
What happened to them?
Officer Carter asked me.
Did your partner take them back to make a call into the dispatch to determine who this person was and get his resume?
No, that's not how it works.
Was that done?
It was ran through our computer. We don't call them dispatch.
How much time did that take?
Well, you notice Officer Carter running him on video. It takes a matter of seconds.
Yes. And once you got the report back, did you or your partner commence writing the ticket?
Yes, Officer Carter did.
Who was doing that, you or your partner?
Officer Carter was writing the ticket.
I'm sorry. And did he complete his task?
At some point before the incident was over, the task was completed.
Yes. And once the task was complete, he was good to go, wasn't he?
No, because Officer Carter hadn't finished the ticket prior to the K9 arriving.
Ooh.
I just asked you.
Why did you need the key? Oh my God.
Writing the ticket complete, and you indicated yes, did you?
I answered that by the time the incident was over, the task was completed. I didn't tell you that it was completed at that moment.
Oh, look at that little dude getting an attitude.
The entire incident.
Oh, in other words,
so you get frustrated, I guess.
The ticket was not complete before he was asked to get out of the car?
Correct.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered.
Overall, clarify. Go ahead.
The ticket was not completed by the time the K9 arrived on the scene.
Well, you are aware that once the task of writing the ticket is complete, that is the writing part.
Right.
Your Honor.
Those tickets should be given to the driver, don't you? Understand that, don't you?
Yes.
No, I don't understand your question.
Okay.
He's not playing,
The purpose
cuz.
of the stop was to investigate apparent traffic violations, correct?
The purpose of the stop was for a equipment violation.
Yes. You were investigating whether or not the windows were illegally tinted. You observed the kid on the back seat, and you recognized that too was a violation. So you're going to write 2 tickets, you and your partner.
Wow.
And the task of writing those tickets was assigned to your partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, right. And how long did it take to write a ticket in Dayton?
It's a handwritten ticket. It takes about 7 to 9 minutes or so.
7.5 minutes to write a ticket?
It's a handwritten ticket. It takes about 7 to 9 minutes. Okay. And that's the full investigation when it comes to window tint, measuring the window tint to handwriting the ticket.
How many minutes had it elapsed before someone went to the side of the door and asked him to turn the engine off? How many minutes from the time the car was stopped until that event occurred?
That I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
You don't know.
You watched it many times, haven't you?
This dude's a major ass.
Determine the time from the ticket starting and the time he was asked to get out of the car.
That hasn't been discussed by the police officers?
Hasn't been discussed with me, no.
No one discussed with you why it took so long?
Yeah, no, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you,
don't
Judge.
argue with the witness to say.
Thank you. So, but the reality is, you are telling me that the writing of the ticket had not been completed before someone asked him to turn the engine off.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to object as to relevance. And it's asked and answered.
Okay, and answer it one more time.
The ticket was not complete prior to being asked due to the fact that K9 was there and we did not prolong the stop.
Why was the K9 there?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Okay, that's.
It is relevant.
That's where he was getting to. Finally got.
Well, I'll withdraw that question. I'll ask this one so it'll be a little more distinct. Who sent for the K9?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overall, let's allow some leeway. Look, I do want to emphasize, we're here for the 2 traffic offenses.
Yeah, but he got a dog called on him too. Oh my. Deflection.
A little bit after, I'm gonna let Mr. Willis have a little leeway, but in terms of this court's duty, I'm only charged with, is he guilty of the minor misdemeanors? And in terms of, whether or not excessive force was used.
What do you mean? Oh, man.
I'm not going to ask you anything about excessive force.
Okay, I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you, Judge.
This bitch right here.
Hey, have a great.
She ain't even trying to hear none of that.
How you doing?
She's like, I don't know. God, man.
To you, sir, is this. Was the dog sent for before the writing of the ticket was completed?
Yes, you can hear me on video call for K9.
Who called in for the dog?
This guy right here.
Why did you call in for the dog?
because of the area that we were in.
Because of
what kind of area was it?
The area that we were in, I requested to pay.
Anytime you stop someone in your area, you feel you can call the
I understand you have a continuing objection.
I'm objecting, Your Honor, because it's asking to speculate and asking about cases not concerned before the court here today.
All those factor in. All of those are factors. All of those are factors.
High drug area. You?
Ugh.
Or is it written somewhere?
It's trash.
Yeah, there's a collection of stats that you can look up that will show you the number of violent and drug crimes that occur in this area.
So you're saying it's written somewhere with the police department on a document that you read that designated that area as a high drug area?
Yeah, I'm object to a really compound question.
What the fuck? He's white. He understand. Hey, come on now.
Have you ever arrested anybody in that area for drugs?
Yes, I've arrested several people for drugs and guns in that area.
Huh?
When?
How smug he is.
Objection on irrelevance.
What does it matter?
Go ahead, answer that question.
On a regular basis.
What does that mean, regular basis?
My job was...
I'm not asking about your job. I'm asking...
Get to the business. I like this lawyer.
The badgering of the witness.
He making him work.
Interrupted his answer. I would also object to the relevance of the question.
Ugh, man, bitch, shut up. Let him do his job.
You say you lock...
He get to the business of it.
On a regular basis. Does that mean every day?
Every day I do arrest people for drugs and guns. That's the objective of the spot that I was in during this incident.
Every day in that area you arrest people for drugs?
No, every day that's what I do. My purpose and my job for the...
His student's garbage.
...is focus on gun and drug crimes.
Oh my
How
God.
many people did you arrest yesterday?
Objection on irrelevance.
It's relevant. And motherfucker's abusive. It's relevant. It is fucking relevant.
I'm sorry.
I'm at
5 days, 5 arrests a week.
It don't even matter.
Thank you, Judge. I learned a lot from him.
Attaboy, he did a good job. He did a good job. You know why he did a good job? Because he made him work. And he asked fucking questions that raised doubt.
I'm sorry, I have one other question.
Yeah. I would be annoying too. I always might be a lawyer.
Did the defendant open the door voluntarily after he was asked to open the door?
I have objections to the relevance with regard to this.
Oh, all right. You can answer this if you know.
Oh, hell nah. How this fucking bitch gonna be all tired and exasperated? Oh, Lord. Oh, come on now. That's what your job is. You ain't got nothing else to do. Sit in that motherfucking seat and listen to this bullshit.
Strike that question from the record. All right. Sir, you may step down. Thank you.
This bitch, man.
Does the city have another witness?
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
Poor thing. Yeah, he tried. He so fucking tried. I'm proud of him. Good job. That was tough room. How do you make him work like that, though?
I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit number 1.
See what she's trying to put in.
Is a copy of the tape that was played in court. Any objection to it being admitted?
No objection.
It will be admitted. Thank you. Anything else?
State with rest, Your Honor.
All right, very well. The state has rested its evidence of the defendant and any other.
Excuse me.
You wish to offer at this point.
No, Judge.
When we first started this case, the court had made a statement. I am only here today as a visiting judge to decide whether or not the state or the city has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offenses that the defendant is charged. even though they're minor misdemeanors, the beyond a reasonable doubt standard is applicable, whether it's a murder case or it's a traffic case. In any event, after hearing the evidence in this case, the court finds that Clifford Owens is guilty of both of the offense of driving a vehicle with tinted windows and also failing to have a proper child restraint seat.
Come on now.
Minor misdemeanors. Prior to the court sentencing, is there anything either the state or the defendant wants to say?
No, thank you.
Do you have anything you want to say?
This is a fucking what? Crazy.
We don't have anything, Your Honor.
What?
Does the defense?
Say something. Oh man, I said something.
Is that a yes or a no?
I wish to exercise my right to remain silent.
Oh my God.
Okay, well, we're not in the testimony portion.
I don't think I would have. I'd have just fucking been putting them on blast and making a big old scene.
The record has been here today. This is not the first time you've been stopped for driving with tinted windows.
What the fuck?
And I would have thought after the first time that you got stopped that you didn't tint your windows anymore, but apparently that's not the case. All right, in reference to the tinted window charge, the court's going to fine you $150, which is the maximum possible sentence.
Are you serious? His windows weren't even tinted.
What you said to me after I already spoke. You said something about you thought that I would learn my lesson by tinted windows already.
Well, once you got stopped for having tinted windows, let me get out the.
They're just punishing you, dude.
Prior criminal record, which
it's not even worth it. Just say that.
Lengthy, not the worst I've ever seen. It's certainly not the best prior criminal record I've ever seen. But you got 2006. Looks like 2006 you were stopped. And then of course you have other convictions for drug-related offenses in 2000.
The fuck does that have to do with anything now?
So what do you want to say about not?
I have nothing else to say if it doesn't regard the traffic stop. I'm totally through with it. Thank you.
Okay, all right, very well. The state also finds that the child restraint law was violated in reference to which is of
like I said,
serious safety concern. Even though I understand you were saying you only went for a short period, a lot of things can happen in a short period of time.
I know. It's really fucked up.
For that minor misdemeanor. All right, that concludes these proceedings. We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
That's terrible, dude. Terrible. Terrible. Really terrible. Oh, God, terrible. It's fucking horrible. Really, really terrible. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, family, I don't even know. I mean, obviously, see him all hyped up and shit. Like, please say shit. I don't give a fuck. I want to protect property, white people, and do the most to black people. Oh man, and like where I live, in Aurora, compared to other cities, not as bad. This part of Aurora, police are notoriously fucking up shit. Notoriously fucking up people and abusing them and all kinds of, oh my God, notoriously. That ain't changed forever. It's never gonna change. It's always gonna be the same. You can't reform them. You can't change them. You can't do shit with them. That is terrible. Ugh, it made me sick. Like for real. Like, let's move on. Let's move on. I think I got one small little topic. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, I could talk about that. Could talk about that. Hold on a second. Me and my little notebook. I just had this shit written down of what I was going to talk about today. And I have a whole bunch. Let's see. Oh, man. So much is going on with that Ahmaud Arbery case, too. I was going to update you about my favorite case. Old boy, Daryl Brooks Jr. He hasn't had nothing recent happen. And I was like, that should be just in time for for some madness to go down. No, nothing's happened. Excuse me. Nothing's happened. Yeah, I think I still got a couple of days. But like my favorite case is man, no, nothing's happened. There's something that did happen though in the news. Let me look. See how I put it up real quick. It's really quick. Trump. Let's see. Sorry, Belly. Just give me a second. I gotta find it. Oh man. Oh, really? Okay. Let's touch this. I'm gonna touch base on this real quick. So Black Family. You know what's going on with old girl Whoopi Goldberg. Well, I guess I give you a little context, content. In case you're not up on it, but it's like what everybody's talking about. So let's see real quick. Just remind me to just go back one page. Somebody remind me. Man. Anyway. So Whoopi Goldberg basically gets suspended for 2 weeks. The View basically put her on punishment. In my opinion, I feel like they put her on punishment. You know what I mean? I don't say it. Like my boy, Rob from Black Light Revelation, shout out to him. It's another reason why I didn't show up when I was supposed to. Have some fire ass content right there. Yeah, he put her in timeout. And we already know what it is. So let's see. Let's play this one, okay? Share the screen. So you have a little context, okay? There's no update yet. Now trust me, I'm looking. That's my favorite. He's my favorite. Well, because I don't want to hear nobody say, whoa, white people, whoa, and we should, fuck, that China, I don't want to hear shit now. Can't tell me nothing now, because we can't even write a letter to him. Keep your head up, brother. Make it be in there for me. Here, enjoy this $20 for some soups or something, you know, right? Man, can't help him out or nothing. So unsupportive. That's why this whole unification shit. I don't know. And there you go. And fix that right quick. Just cuz. Let's fix that. That's funny. Rewrite that, Mr. Paris, and replace one with an H. When are they not? In the system of white supremacy, and when are they not? So, yeah, I'm gonna play that little speech that I want to play. I'm not really emotional about this channel, so I don't really give a fuck. Do what you want with it. God, man. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay, that's up. Okay. Put back. Okay, hold on a sec. Mr. Paris got me all turned around and shit. It does that. It's like a major distraction. Where's my other one? Got me all messed up. Okay, let's watch this. Let's see. Share. Alright, so she was expressing her views. Apparently somebody got upset. She went on to try to explain herself. They weren't having it. Didn't matter what she said. Didn't matter how she represents herself anyway in life. Didn't matter. They were clearly trying to bring her down a peg or two. My opinion. When she expressed her views, which aren't necessarily untrue, they're just her opinions. In front of white ladies on the white networks that are run by Hughs. Hewish peoples. Whatever. Part of the system. It is run by part of the system. Okay? Right there. That was fucked up. I would have... I have mad penis. Basically, not only have been shaming her, which is just equally as bad. So this is like a form of shaming. Shaming her, me not so much. And stopping her flow of income. Making her look at like she's a racist or some sort of hater. I don't know how to say it. How can we really say that when we're black? Me. Racist. Unsympathetic. I don't fucking know. Whatever they try to portray, I'm not buying it either, so. That's funny. Right. So she expressed it. I try to get in my good graces, sir. That's funny. Yeah, it is. So, rewrite that. And, put a little spin on it. She's expressing her views. Man, I think I can name at least 4 people that are sitting at that same table that have said some ugly ass shit. And the whole time that motherfucking show has been on. Okay, I don't know. I don't watch The View. I'm not white or Hewish. And occasionally, man, they'll have the occasional black guest. That's in my opinion. I got tuned in when Prince showed up. You know how long ago that was, right? Okay. Yeah, factor that in. Whoopi Goldberg. I have to say this. What was that? Mr. Paris. What was the name of that show we watched? That Mr. Nasheed had mentioned. We watched the whole thing, and it was like she was in it at the end. Do you remember? With all the sisters. Type that into the chat because I typed that in somewhere because I don't remember the name of it right now off top. She played a great asshole in that one. You know what I mean? And in certain circles, that's the epitome of what, should represent black women in America. Which Whoopi Goldberg are we talking about? Who knows? I personally am digging I like the Jumping Jack Flash version of Whoopi Goldberg. She was fine then. The ghost version of Whoopi Goldberg, she was fine then. Let me think though. This show clearly is taking some time off her life. Clearly. That's what happens when you don't laugh or smile and shit. Like you see what I was talking about earlier in the show? It clearly has taken sometime. Right. Right. The audacity. Y'all can do so much, right? I don't care. The audacity. The audacity. No, the two situations should not be in comparison. You know what I'm talking about, family. For those non black people, stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing, okay? Neither two should coincide, okay? Two separate incidents. One continuously happens. Continuously. And one is above the other. So stop the cap. Stop the cap. Jesus. Right. Okay. Yeah, so Harlem, yeah. You were good in that. You were there playing the bad professor that wanted to give the other lady a chance. That was pretty good acting. Other than that, man, I miss her. Kind of do miss her acting. I know she's over there working at the View, man, and take that 2 weeks off. What are you gonna do with that 2 weeks? You know what I mean? What kind of? I know. I did the research. I read. Still, I don't think she said anything wrong. So here we go. We're gonna play a little context, just a little bit. Let me make sure I got my. Yep, I do. Okay, good. Source is NBC. Whew. Wait. Okay, there's two things. No, I don't know. Okay. Let me see. Let me just make sure. All right, we're gonna go with the. Let me share this real quick. Sorry, I apologize, family. One thing always leads to another with me in my researching. Yeah, that's what I said. Ha! That's what I said. I was trying. Stop the cap. Don't make me go to you to make a button. Oh, damn. Somebody's got to be the villain. I know, it's going to be me. It's going to be real ugly. I don't care. Those two things, it's just like the LGBTQ question mark hashtag motherfucking emoticons, fucking emojis, exclamation point, nouns and verbs. It's just like them trying to coin and co-opt everything. No. Just like non-FBA trying to do this and that. Stop. Stop. You have yours. Sit it down now. We got the point. Gotcha. Sit it down. All right. But actually, kind of in support of this lady right here, because she's getting a bad shake. So I'll say about that. Okay, here we go. Source is The View 4 days ago. Fair use. It's running on the bottom of my screen. I know you're watching. Commercial. Watch. Oh man, I forgot. I put that down there.
Over to mycleanpc.com.
Commercials.
So 2 schools are being accused of banning books after one in Washington state pulled To Kill a Mockingbird off the required reading list after complaints from students and parents, including a former Black student who said it made her uncomfortable, and a Tennessee school pulled the graphic novel Mouse out of their lessons on the Holocaust because it contained some nudity and some bad language. Personally, I'm shocked because, given the story of Mouse, I'm surprised that that's what made you uncomfortable. The fact that
facts, facts. But all this time, okay. So I say, stop the cap. Ugh, people, I swear. all this time for like what, a year or so, I've been listening to this motherfucking critical race theory. Ha ha. Right. Stop. Told you stop trying to get in my good graces, sir. That's funny. Yeah. I ain't throwing them emojis and any kind of other sentiments. He's just symbols. Symbols. Just to get their point across. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Stop the cap, right? So all this time, there's been these little motherfucking discussions about critical race theory, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And you ask me, that shit don't even exist, just like you do, right? Critical race theory. They want to take and the little devils got sensitive, and they're in their feelings, and it makes them feel some kind of way. And, we can't have that. But you know, our little bright little excellences, they just gotta suck it up and deal with it. They gotta go through all kinds of atrocities at school, getting handed books that are designed to just let them know that they deserve to be in prison. You know, what other fucking nonsense they got. Or they got no dad. It's just really ugly shit they give to our children, right? But God forbid. The little devils, man, they just can't have it. They're little feelings. We got to do something about that. They're their feelings. Oh, man, we can't have it be in their feelings. You got bad books, and, you know, take that Texas guy, what was that book the Texas was talking about? So they were like, no, we can't have this over here. Anything black, I want to take out of there. Right? So, watch how this, you know. So, when it's black, right? No. Then they want to go ahead. Yes, thank you, sir. Or start making buttons say sensitivity is high. Right? So, yeah, they want to check out these books. And so while this is going on, you know, because white supremacy has been taking major L's lately, they can't have it. So they just have to pick the right time, right? They just waited. They say she should apologize, but we'll play the tape. I don't think she should apologize for shit. Stay black, stay dangerous, stand on your feet. Don't go back to work.
There was some nudity, and I mean, it's about the Holocaust, the killing of 6 million people, but that didn't bother you. But the naked.
I'm not sure that they don't use the naked part as a kind of a canard to throw you off from the fact that
come on, Joy Bear,
that makes white people look bad.
Well, this is white people doing it to white people.
Yeah.
So this is y'all go fight amongst yourselves, but don't
Well, and look at what kids watch these days and the music they listen to say that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with this statement. In fact, I don't think there's nothing wrong with this statement. What's the difference between this statement and a few weeks ago when motherfuckers are like, a few months ago, motherfuckers are like, well, this is white little kids shooting up the school. And they're shooting their own peers. Little white kids. Right? All these little mass shootings. Whereas white people shooting white people. Come on now. What was the difference between that and that? Right. There you go. That's what I was talking about. Right there. Yeah. Texas want to do that, right? Now, there's a lot of controversy. Like, whoa, we should just get rid of this book. Should we? I mean, they kind of already got rid of half our history. Maybe even more than half. Almost 85% of our history is gone. And you're lucky if you know anything about it because somebody taught you. School wasn't teaching you that. Real shit. School is just to keep you in a fucking slow fog. You know, not using your brain power, not questioning nothing, not doing nothing. Just whatever they say. You know what I mean? And it's real. So yeah, okay. Let's see. Let's get this going though. Leave this one up right here. It's because it's funny. Right. Anyway, so this place. I don't think there's anything. That was really what they're upset about. Okay. This little section right here. I think she should apologize.
Y'all go fight amongst yourselves, but don't,
Well, and look at what kids
don't
watch
involve
these
us.
days and the music they listen to say that when proving or showing them a work of history or art or something that happened is bad language or nudity, turn off reality TV, turn off the radio, turn off everything they're doing, because kids are exposed to this stuff really early in inappropriate situations, not ones where you're learning or teaching.
Oh man, look, you see me rolling my eyes. The nudity, oh my God.
Who died during the Holocaust. I mean, and Mouse, which is the other thing. It's just insane.
But I don't know what's going on. Story,
it's about the words.
It's about the N word. The girl is triggered in the class by the word.
Because if you're sitting amongst lots of students and you're reading it out loud, it comes up a lot and makes people uncomfortable.
And especially if you're the only black
kid
student there.
Like she's the only, look,
what they're talking about.
If this is school right now, she'd be the only black kid there. And the little bride is like me, man. She's mixed. She's whatever. Right? So, like, and look where she's cited. Look where she's cited, though. Let's go back. Okay. So, we shouldn't feel offended by the N with a hard R at all. But, oh my God, like, fucking joy, man. But if we're in school, Whoopi be the only black kid.
Yes,
girl is triggered in the class by the word.
Because if you're sitting amongst lots of students and you're reading it out loud, it comes up a lot and makes people uncomfortable.
And especially if you're the only black
kid
student there. I mean,
so that was what they're talking about.
Okay, so maybe
I don't know if that should stop people from
even so
reading, but it's stopping as required reading.
Well, there's an entire bill moving
Look,
through the Florida
see, you wanna hear
legislature right now about banning any conversation in schools that make people feel uncomfortable because of their race or gender. And there's also in Florida a bill.
Oh my God. Well, that's like, when they brought the biblical shit to school. They're like, we need prayer at school. Remember? Remember, Belly? Like, prayer. We need to bring prayer back into school. Prayer with the Pledge of Allegiance, blah, 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 blah. And, more Christianity and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is that fucking propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, I thought she was mixed, man. I look at her, she's red bone. My bad. Red bone. Even so, no matter what. Those two, right? But you kind of see, like, one is doing some old coon shit. Just saying. And it's not Whoopi. Just saying. Here we go. I feel like she's the only black. Like, if this is school, she'd be the only black kid. Yeah, that's it.
Talking about LGBTQ conversations, it's being referred to as "don't say gay." So I don't know what's happening with all of this banning going on. We talked about Beloved being banned, Mouse, To Kill a Mockingbird, conversations. I think it's making it very difficult to teach kids. And all these people who talk about and complain about people being snowflakes, how do you not raise snowflakes if you don't expose them to reality?
Why did she get banned? She just said some racist shit right there. Why didn't anybody tell her nothing? You know what I mean? Nobody told that lady anything. Look, that lady's clearly a Latina or person of color. Yeah. But remember when they put the school shit in, and they were trying to put prayer in school and shit, and like biblical studies, and should bring more. Do you remember that? It might have been like a few years back. You are younger than me, so. But it happened. They were trying to bring back Christianity and fucking prayer in school, and prayer in between classes, prayer with the Pledge of Allegiance, all that good stuff. Yeah. Right. That part. That's a good question. I would have thrown it. Let me see if I can write one. Hold on a sec. Yeah. I think so. But anyway, try to make me laugh. It's not funny. DeSantis. I can't wait to talk about DeSantis. Say his name like it's dirty. DeSantis. Yeah. So what's the difference? You know, there's no difference actually. It's fucked up. Okay, but this broad is clearly Latin or of some sort. Maybe even Latino. Let's just say Latino. I don't even want to say Afro-Latina. That's just it. Let's just, if we're going to use our judgmental master eyes, we're going to say that's a Latin chick, right? So here you go.
Mao's To Kill a Mockingbird, conversations. I think it's making it very difficult to teach kids. And all these people who talk about and complain about people being snowflakes, how do you know
that's racist?
If you don't
right? Would that be racist? She's just like, all these white people who don't want to be called white people, basically. Right? She's getting into it. And then this one is practicing coonish shit.
This was the plan with these anti-history
break
laws
that up.
that started being passed. These alleged CRT laws that started being passed. I don't think people saw far enough into the future. You start banning discussions about race, then you start banning discussions about the Holocaust, then you start banning discussions about the LGBTQ community. That's where it started, and this was all very planned. And in
all
my
backwards.
View, and what
flip it
bothers
around.
me the most is people saying, "I don't want my children to be uncomfortable." Well, how about your children being uncomfortable and in a way of learning empathy, in a way of learning sorrow, in a way of...
How about your children being uncomfortable when they walk outside? Real shit. From your house to school, there's got to be at least 20 moments of uncomfortability. And then from school till you get on the bus, till you get home, imagine what they go through. But we don't have these discussions. Oh no. Like, come on, man. I had the discussion. No sudden movements. When they pull you over, hands up. Don't talk. Sit still. You know what I mean? Or else. And that was small. Fuck. Or don't stare at people. I mean, I had some weird ass motherfucking discussions. Probably made me a better person, you know? You stare at people. Don't ask questions like that. That's not polite. Yeah, God, man. Like, I ain't come home and say, oh man, some little girl pulled my hair and called me the N-word with a hard R. Yeah. No. And I definitely wasn't trying to feel comfortable about having these dialogues. No, man. Plenty of shit to be uncomfortable about. Now, all of a sudden, this generation that I'm talking about, very motherfucking sensitive. Everybody's sensitive. They're like, you feel like you motherfuckers been in the house. Too sensitive. Go outside. Fucking experience the world. You try to say, man, like, we're just fucking shielding them? Hell nah. Shielding for what? Go outside, man. I'm about to go outside in a couple hours. What kind of fucking dysfunctional shit you think I'm gonna fucking come across? From the time I drive out my shit. Till I get on the bus. Till I get down to there. But I go to 7-Eleven. What kind of motherfucking disgraceful, racist shit do you think I'm gonna come across by 1 o'clock? I don't know. Tell you, I haven't left the house in like 4 days because I run into so much bullshit. Stop the cap. For reals.
Of being able to empathize with other people's plights. I've always said if my children are subjected to racism at a very early age, which they are, then your child should be okay with having a little bit of discomfort and learning about the racism.
Little bit of discomfort. Don't soften that shit.
Are naturally empathetic.
Yeah.
And that the empathy is kind of drained out of them by their parents and things that they hear out there.
It's that song.
What she said?
You got to be carefully taught.
Right.
What she said?
Parents and things that they hear out there.
It's that song.
People saying, I don't want my children to be uncomfortable. Well, how about your children being uncomfortable in a way of learning empathy, in a way of learning sorrow, in a way of being able to empathize with other people's plights? I've always said if my children are subjected to racism at a very early age, which they are, then your child should be okay with having a little bit of discomfort and learning about the racism that exists.
I observe that young children are naturally empathetic.
Yeah.
And that the empathy is kind of drained out of them by their parents and things that they hear out there.
It's that song. It's the
You
song
got to
that
be
Barbara.
carefully
That's
taught
right.
from South Pacific.
Yeah.
You know, my grandson, I remember when he was around 3 or 4 years old.
Ugh, Joy, stop it. Just stop. And they're young. What the fuck is it, man? She said, and oh girl, man, come on. Like, don't dilute the message. Why did you say just a little bit of uncomfortability? No, man, I want your little motherfucking devils to be fucking majorly uncomfortable. Because we're majorly motherfucking uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable right now. Man, I'm uncomfortable every time I fucking say something or I move around or motherfucking people look at me and they just miss the motherfucking boat. I'm uncomfortable. What the fuck, man? Why the fuck do I care about your little motherfucking devil ass fucking feelings? Now you grow up and fucking kill people. Keeping motherfuckers the way they are. Everybody's fucking confused and conflicted. Come on now, why would I fucking give a fuck? You should feel very uncomfortable. There needs to be uncomfortability. Man, you imagine how uncomfortable I've been my whole life? Just a little bit. Oh my God, my feelings.
Was a kid who was in trouble for some reason, and I mean, it gives me chills. My grandson put his arm around the kid, like, I'm with you. And when you talk about empathy, that's children are naturally like that.
Well, it's the parents'
and
issue.
if you
It's the
teach a
parents'
white
issue.
kid what happened to his friend who happens to be black, he might feel terrible about what happened. That doesn't mean he feels bad that he did something.
Exactly.
This is the confusion that they're creating, I believe.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that colleges, this all started in colleges and universities and not wanting to make kids uncomfortable. And we talked about it once here on the show with actually Van Jones when he said, if I send my kids to school, I want them to be...
Van Jones. If that's who we're going to listen to.
Be uncomfortable. I want people to push back on their beliefs because otherwise we're not preparing kids to go out into the real world. We're
They ain't
preparing
ready
them for
anyway.
a world that doesn't exist outside of their own house.
Well, also, if you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. No, it's not about
maybe
race.
ethnicity. Well, they
No,
consider
it's
Jews
about
a different race.
But it's not about race. It's not about
What
race.
is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man. That's what it's about.
But it's about white supremacy. It's about
but
going
it's
after
not. It's
Jews.
not
It's about power and control.
But these are two
Romans.
white groups of people.
Well, they
How
go
do we
after black
They didn't
people
see
too.
them as white.
And they
But
went
you're
after
missing the
homosexuals.
point. You're
Why
missing
not,
the
though?
point. The minute you turn it into race, it goes down this alley. Let's talk about it for what it is.
Fuck Van
It's how
Jones.
people treat each other.
Crying
It's
ass
a
Van
problem.
Jones.
It doesn't matter if you're black or white, because black, white, Jews, Italian,
man.
everybody eats each other.
Pobrecita.
So
She's
you're
on it.
uncomfortable if you hear about mouse. Should you be worried? Should your child say, "Oh my God, I wonder if that's me"? No, that's not what.
Yeah, play the music and like wrap that up. Whoopi, wrap that up. And we're having it.
Most kids, they don't want.
Yeah, play the music.
And we're living in we're living in an era where people are comparing vaccine cards to the yellow stars, where people are comparing vaccinations to what Anne Frank went through. Yeah. So it is.
It's not comparison to any of that shit.
Learn about man's inhumanity to man, however it exposes itself. I have to cut you off.
I just want to say that Mouse was banned. And
Oh my God. Stop it. Oh man. I don't even know what to say about that. All I can say is, whoo, no. I don't think she should. No, I'll never apologize for how you really feel. There isn't. There isn't anything. There isn't. Oh, right. What is that? You missed it or what? Let's see. Okay, they had a little argument. Okay. I see.
About
maybe
race.
ethnicity. Yeah, they consider
it's
Jews
about
a different race.
But it's not about race. It's not about
What
race.
is it about?
Right.
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
Power,
That's what it's
control,
about.
domination, and genocide.
Well, but
going
it's not.
after
It's
Jews
not about.
and gypsies and
But these are two
Romans.
white groups of people.
Well, they
How
were
do we
after black
They
people
didn't see
too.
them as white.
And they were
But you're
after
missing the
homosexuals.
point.
Why not though? That's see, I would have went with the same thing. That's where the cap is. Oh, cuz that's where the cap is. Okay? She's saying that No, they're saying that the Jewish people during that atrocity were basically genocide, like wiped out, whatever. However that shit went, they were considering themselves a race instead of a nationality nationality. You know what I mean? And that's what she's saying. No. Race, the difference would be I'm black, those two nationalities are white. They're doing something to each other. We've been going through it in a different way. That's where it is. And they try to clean it up a little bit. But that's where the cap is her saying it's not about race, it's about blah 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 blah. Because like we're conditioned to see races, black, white. So how she said is basically the not about in this is the nationality, right? Nationality, right, where you are. Nationality and religious were with two, if you're looking at it from that perspective, two white groups doing whatever to each other. They weren't having it. That's basically how I'm pretty sure that's how she's seen it, right? Because that's how everybody with any kind of logical motherfucking sense would have saw it.
You're missing the point. The minute you turn it into race, it goes down this alley.
See?
Let's talk about it for what it is. It's how people treat each other. It's a problem. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, because black, white, Jews, everybody eats each other. So is it, if you're uncomfortable, if you hear about mouse, should you be worried? Should your child say, oh my God, I wonder if that's me? No, that's not what they're going to say. They're going to say, I don't want to be like that.
Right.
Hopefully. I want to be cool.
Yeah.
And
most kids,
I want to be cool.
Kids, they don't want to.
But they start playing the music while she's talking.
You know, we're living
That's
in
so
an era where
rude.
people are comparing vaccine cards to the yellow stars, where people are comparing vaccinations to what Anne Frank went through.
Yeah. Man, I
so
can't wait to get into that.
For kids to learn about
Canada, man.
To learn about man's inhumanity to man, however it exposes itself. I have to cut you off.
Basically, I would just choose to fight white supremacy. Any means necessary. That shit is fucking crazy. But no, she shouldn't have to apologize. So let's see what the context is. That is what the context is. So now we all know what happened and what she said, right? I don't know. If I was, let me stop this real quick so I can look. If I was Whoopi, I won't apologize for shit. There's nothing to apologize for at all. There isn't anything to apologize for. In fact, they owe her an apology. Why I say they owe her an apology? Because fuck, man, this spinner, this is. There was at least 4. If I was a lot, 4 different charges of racism. Too bad we can't make a charge out of fragility. That would be something else. Right there, and some, like, you just condemn her for that. Come on now, man. It's just the system having their way. So, nah, I'm with her. I'm just kind of, it's like that we stand with Dave Chappelle shit. I'm just going to stand with her for a second, because I don't see anybody coming to her motherfucking defense at all. This is terrible. Shame on y'all. Like, no. How y'all let the Jewish fucking and the dominant society take over like that? Just nobody's gonna just stand up, man. Oh my God, why? Just made me understand. Can't. Right. She did. She gave a soft political apology, I think. I want to apologize. And they still gave her the suspension? That's even worse. That's even worse. See? This is what happens. They were gonna let her clean it up anyway, because they were just gonna go ahead and condemn her. I would have fucking condemned Motherfucking Latin lady sitting over there.
Whoopi Goldberg expressing regret.
So
There we
yesterday
go.
on our show, I misspoke.
Pobrecita.
And I tweeted about it last night, but I kind of want you to hear it from me directly.
The remarks come just one day after
White
saying
women.
this.
The Holocaust isn't about race.
Goldberg made the controversial comment Monday morning on The
It
View
isn't.
while debating a Tennessee school board's banning of Mouse, a book about the horrors of the Holocaust.
It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
Troy, what's it
That's
about?
what it's about.
But it's about white supremacy. It's about what happened.
About the dominance of society, control power, and
But these are
genocide.
two white groups of people.
Backlash was swift. The CEO of the Anti-Defamation League tweeting, "No, Whoopi Goldberg, the Holocaust was about the Nazis' systematic annihilation of the Jewish people, who they deemed to be an inferior race."
That was
Adding,
religion.
quote, "Holocaust distortion is dangerous." Goldberg tried to clarify her remarks Monday night in a
Religious.
interview with Stephen Colbert.
Not racial.
As a black person, I think of race as being something that I can see.
Right.
So I see you and I know what race you are.
Right.
And
that's our program.
the
You can't blame her for
discussion
that.
was about how I felt about that. People were
Right.
very angry and they said, no, we are a race. And I understand.
It's a nationality or a religious.
I felt differently.
It's a
By the end of the
religion.
night, the
Religious
talk show
views.
host tweeting this reversal. "On today's show, I said the Holocaust is not about race, but about man's inhumanity to man. I should have said it's about both." Adding, "I stand corrected."
Why
Goldberg
would you
took
be
that apology
corrected
to
though?
millions.
Why would that be corrected? Like, the fuck do you have to correct yourself for? He just said it. Like, no, hold on a second. You be Jewish, going through that? Judaism is not a race. Look it up. Religious. Oh, matter of fact, let me look it up just to make sure. Just to make sure. Okay? Isms. Oh my God. Judaisms. Let me share this real quick. We're going to look up two things just for the sake of argument. Just cuz, okay? Religious, okay? Religious, what he said. Let me roll that beautiful beat footage back. Just so we have a good understanding of what old boy said right here. Hold on. Go ahead. Hold on, let me pause right there. Alright. So check this out, family. Check this out. I wouldn't apologize. There's nothing to apologize for. Right? Nothing. Not at all. Nothing at all. Okay? Here's it. So, see the screen? Says, alright, obviously dude's talking to her. The incident was about the Nazi systemic annihilation of the Jewish people who have deemed to be inferior. Oh man, let's stop right there. I believe an actual race was deemed that way, okay? Okay, an actual race. Completely actual different race. For millennia. Long as I can remember. Mocking. Criminalization. Oh my God. The list goes on, okay? So, a systematic annihilation of the Jewish people who they deemed to be an inferior race. Cognitive dissonance. They dehumanized them and used this racist propaganda to justify slaughtering 6 million Jewish incident survivors. Basically, it is distortion is dangerous enough. All right, check it out. I'm not slow or simple by the least. I'm just gonna say this, like, Jewish, aka Judaism, right? You live in and that's a religious. He said it right there. Racist, blah, blah, blah. Okay. He says this is religious. Watch.
No, Whoopi Goldberg, the Holocaust was about the Nazis' systematic annihilation of the Jewish people, who they deemed to be an inferior race, adding, quote, Holocaust distortion is dangerous. Goldberg tried to clarify her remarks Monday night in a pre-taped interview with Stephen Colbert.
As a black
I like
person,
Stephen Colbert.
I think of race as being something that I can see. So I see you and I know what race you are.
Bam!
And
that's easy to interpret. That's what we all do.
The discussion was about how I felt about that. People were very angry and they said, no, we are a race. And I
how is it a race?
I understand. I felt differently.
By the end of the night,
she's pulling me. You're right. I'm wrong.
Stop. Host tweeting this reversal. On today's show, I said the Holocaust is not about race, but about man's inhumanity to man. I should have said it's about both, adding, I stand corrected. Goldberg took that apology to millions on The View this morning.
I said something that I feel a responsibility for not leaving unexamined because my words upset so many people, which was never my intention. And
mad
condescension now.
She credited the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt,
fuck him, like he knows
her views.
Hitler's ideology, the Third Reich, was predicated on the idea that the Aryans, the Germans, were a, quote, master race, and the Jews were a subhuman race. It was a racialized anti-Semitism. Your platform, Whoopi, is so important, using it now to educate people to realize that anti-Semitism remains a clear and present danger.
Oh, my God.
Neither Goldberg nor the...
As like Asians pushing their propaganda. Come on now, like, for real. Block this person right here. Hold on a second. I don't know how to do that, so I got it though. Check it out. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Let me see. Okay. There you go. I don't know how to do it. How do you do it? Let me see. Oh, nope. Don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it, sir. I don't know how to do it. Explain it to me. Maybe I'll do it. Let's go up here. Okay. Bam, out. Settings. Let's see. Sorry, family. Jesse be distracting me. It's like every day with him. What I say? I don't know how to do it, cuz I really don't. I don't know how to make it work like that. Cause I can't. Maybe. Nope. See, nope. I don't know how to do it. Yeah. I don't know how to do it, so surely there's a way to it. I really don't know how to do it. Maybe you can explain it to me. Nope. Nope. Okay, no. Okay, where is it? I don't know how to do it. I'm looking. It's not really easy to. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Do you know how to do it? If you know how to do it, let me know. Maybe. Nope. See, I don't know how to do it, baby. I tried. Stop distracting me now, sir. I don't know. Yeah, back to what I was saying. Not really. I should really try to fix it, too. I don't know how to do it. Oh, okay. Pause that thought right here, family. Just give me 1 second. Let me turn this off real fast. Hold on 1 second. You know, everyone be mad at Jesse. It's his fault. Because he just has to tell me. Like the most inopportune times. Like almost on purpose. Let's see. Okay, let's see. My chin. One moment. Oh, I just don't listen to me. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let's see. One moment. Huh. One second. I gotta go look at that again. Let me see where he, Okay, let me see. Okay. God. I'm trying, sir. Trying. Okay, 1 second. No, it's always something. I always go down the wrong shit. Huh. Let's see. I found it now. Huh. What's it under? Is that's how you, is that how your thing is written? Is that your channel? Answer, sir. I'm just gonna assume it is. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Almost definitely. I said, be mad at him. Just won't stop. I can't believe I would put it in there like that. Yeah. Oh, nope. What is it written under, cuz? Like, what is it called? Like, help me out. Help me help you. Jesus, what's the channel called? Cuz. Alright. So you should just tap in. Or whatever. A whole lot easier for me. Let's just see if this will go. No. Okay. I can't do it until you tell me what it is, so. Yeah, I know about that. What's the name of your channel, guys? Been there, done that. I already know. I'm right there. Name of the channel. Carry on them. Okay. Oh no, yours. Your particular one. Carrying on. Just forget it. It's like, I don't have time for this shit. Carry on, sir. Tap in. Like, figure it out. Tap in. It'd be easier for me. Like, just make it work for me. Okay? It's like late. Your channel. Can make you a mod if you're your channel.
The View responded to NBC's request for comment. No stranger to controversial stances, a contrite Goldberg now vowing to think differently.
Words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected.
Priscilla Thompson joins us now. Priscilla, this isn't the first time Whoopi Goldberg has made controversial comments. You alluded to that. What's different about this incident?
Absolutely, Kate. Whoopi Goldberg was an avid defender of Bill Cosby, which at the time was very controversial, and she later walked that back. And of course, the hosts on The View are known for this sort of raucous debate, but advocates say that this was different because it went beyond opinion, but it was actually factually wrong. The Holocaust was, in fact, about race, and so that's why advocates were quick to jump in and condemn that and correct the record, because they say distorting that information is dangerous.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news.
He said distorting that information. Huh. Clearly messed it up. Oh, man. Let's see. PEICE here as hell. Refuser to, okay. Huh. Are you on Frontline Black News? Where are you at? Okay, now I know that. But where are you at? Because let's see, let's stop this right here. Hold on a second. Stop. Okay. Just he been messing me up, mister. Let's see. Yeah, I'm on the right one. Alright. Let's see. Okay. I see it now. Alright, I see it now. I had to go to... You should have just said that. That was a lot easier. A lot easier than all the other shit you had me doing. A lot easier. Just say this little... I was so quick. Like, no mess, no fuss. Just say. Good, it's good. Okay. Let's move on. Get my bearings, Bradley. Get my bearings. Give me a second. 1 second. Okay. Back to what I was saying. Let's share this real quick. Anyway, it's a religion. It was religious. Okay? Religious. There was a religious thing, you know what I mean? That's not a race. That's a religious or nationality or something like that. Not a race. You know what I mean? So she was right. In my opinion. Just go ahead and soft throw that out there. In my opinion. Huh. Let's see. I took this up. Check it out. Judaism is the world's oldest monotheistic religion, dating back nearly 4,000 years. Followers of Judaism believe in one God who revealed himself through ancient prophets. The history of Judaism is essential to understanding the Jewish faith, which has a rich heritage of law, culture, and tradition. Okay. It goes into all kinds of things. Let's see where here. Let's go to. Okay, let's go to Britannica. I had Encyclopedia Britannica when I was small. Okay. Just to give you a little context. Okay. Judaism, monotheistic religion developed among the ancient Hebrews. Judaism is characterized by a belief in the transcendent God who revealed himself to Abraham, Moses, Hebrew prophets, and by a religious life in accordance with scriptures. Rabbinic traditions. Judaism is a complex phenomenon of a total way of life. For the Jewish people, comprised of theology, laws, and innumerable cultural traditions. Okay? That's how I just did the summarizing it up, okay? It just goes into the Bible. We're not going to do that today. So, and Israelites, and I don't know what else. I just like skim it. Okay? Basically, it's religious. Okay? Religious. Now we know. Okay, I'll look up one more thing real quick. Just for the sake of argument. And why it was looked up that way. Because, I don't know why. I don't understand why. But let me just look this up real fast. Just so we have a just something else to look at. I don't think she should have did it. And if she gets punished for 2 weeks, how come the Latin lady can't get punished for 2 weeks? You know what I'm saying? Why can't that really be it can't be fair? Alright. Let me go with this one. I'll just share the screen again, okay? I'm gonna make sure. Alright. Wish this shit could read for itself. I really do. I wish it could read for itself. Alright, here we go. Very important, family. I don't feel like it proves the argument for why everybody was upset, but leave it at that. But let's share it. Let's proceed. We have some more context, and then I'm gonna move on to my next discussion. Mr. Paris, are you tapping in or what? Okay. All right. So as you can see, Wikipedia. Let me blow this up real quick. And they're referring to this incident. Man, I don't even want to say it. That's what this is in regards to what she said and the situation that happened. Says the Holocaust, also known as Shoah, was the genocide of European Jews during World War II. Between 1941 and 1945, Nazi Germany, country, and its collaborators systemically murdered some 6 million Jews in German-occupied Europe. Around 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population, the murders were carried out in pogroms and mass shootings by policy of extermination through labor in concentration camps and in gas chambers and gas vans in German extermination camps. Chiefly Auschwitz, Birkenau, Belzec, Chetmo, Majdanek, Sumner, and Treblinka in occupied Poland. Germany implemented the persecution in stages, following Adolf Hitler's appointment as chancellor on the 30th of January 1933. The regiment built a network of concentration camps in Germany for political opponents as those deemed undesirable. I do know about that word. Starting with Dachau on 22nd March 1933, after the passing of the Enabling Act on 24th of March, which gave Hitler dictatorial plenary, you see as is read, plenary power or plenary authority, is a complete and absolute power to take action on a particular issue. One more again. With no limitations, it is derived from the Latin term plenus. Okay. the government began isolating Jews with civil society. This included boycotting Jewish businesses in April 1933 and enacting the Nuremberg laws. Now, these were anti-Semitic and racist laws that were enacted in Nazi Germany on 15 September 1935. As a special meeting of Richtentag, they convened, and I can't read it after that. In September of 1933, on 9/10, November 1938, 8 months after Germany annexed Austria, Jewish businesses and other buildings were ransacked, set on fire through German and Austria on what became as Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. After Germany invaded Poland, September 1939 triggered World War II. The regiment set up ghettos. Sorry, I apologize. Now, I was just clouding on this situation that happened earlier in the week. The lady of same persuasion said, "I'm going to go to this area," which is nice. And it's referred to as the ghetto. I can't help it. I apologize. I'm not going to do it again. The regiment set up ghettos to segregate Jews. Eventually, thousands of camps and other detention sites were established across German-occupied Europe. The segregation of Jews in ghettos culminated in the policy of extermination the Nazis called the final solution to the Jewish question. The Jewish question, also referred to as the Jewish problem, was a wide-ranging debate in 19th and 20th century European society pertaining to the appropriate status and treatment discussed by official senior government officials at the Wannsee Conference. Okay. All anti-Jewish measures were radicalized under the coordination of the SS. One more here. The Schutzstaffel was a major paramilitary organization under Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party in Nazi Germany and later occupied Europe, with directions from the highest leadership of the Nazi Party, officially the National Socialist German Workers' Party, was a far-right political party in Germany active between 1920 and 1945, created and supported the ideology. Killings were committed within Germany itself, throughout occupied Europe, and within territories controlled by German allies. The Axis powers, originally called the Rome Barrel Axis, the military coalition that initiated World War II and fought against the Allies. Its principal members were Nazi Germany. Parliamentary death squads. Death squad is an armed group whose primary activity is carrying out extrajudicial killing or forced disappearances as part of political repression, genocide, ethnic cleansing, called Einsatzgruppen, in cooperation with the German Army, the land force component of the Wehrmacht, regular German armed forces from 1935 till it ceased to exist in 1945 and then was formally dissolved. So they said. And local collaborators murdered around 1.3 million Jews in mass shootings pogroms from the summer of 1941. By mid-1942, victims were being deported from ghettos across Europe in sealed freight trains. Holocaust trains were railway train transports run by Russian National Railway Systems under the control of Nazi Germany and its allies for the purpose of forcible deportation of these individuals to extermination camps where, if they survived the journey, they were gassed, worked, or beaten to death, or killed by disease, medical experiments, or during death marches. Now I can say this, man. That's bad. Death marches. During the Holocaust, death marches were massive forced transfers of prisoners from one Nazi camp to other locations, which involved walking long distances, resulting in numerous deaths. Okay, the killing continued to the end of World War II in Europe, 1945. One more paragraph. The European Jews were targeted for extermination as part of a larger event during the Holocaust era. What's the info on this? Okay, 1933, 1945, which Germany and its collaborators persecuted and murdered millions of others, including ethnic Poles, I believe Polish, Soviet civilians and prisoners of war, the Roma, the disabled, political and religious dissidents, and gay men. Sounds like white supremacy to me, too. Just saying, but all joking aside, horrible. Okay. I think I can come up with at least, a good 60, 70 things after that happened to us. I mean, it's bad. It's all bad. Still don't think she should apologize. Yeah, okay, hold on a sec. Let me see if I can do it. Hope your situation is working okay. Huh? Let's see. Okay. Hold on, family. Oops, wrong one. My bad. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Let's see. Right. Okay. Okay. Go. Come on in. Come on in. Shout out Vicky Dillard. Okay. Yeah, so family, now we have a little context, okay? Just so that everybody understands why this is why they're upset, I guess. You know what I mean? Still say anything about that. Nowhere that they're a race. It's it's not a race, you know what I mean? But obviously the Nazis had a clear agenda. Not a race though. Not a race. It's a religion. It's nationality. You're German, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Or you're Jewish. You practice Judaism, etc., etc., etc. You know what I mean? Let's see if we could just find one more thing while we wait for somebody to come in. Look, they've got Afro Germans. Oh man, there's more things to look up later. I get caught up in the like research. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, so it's really good stuff. This, however, is not something fun to read at all. You know, just because I make jokes and shit. I'm not really making those kind of jokes. Just saying this is not funny. This is terrible. It's terrible. Not racial. It's more like my nationality. That's right. Religious. My religious thoughts. You know what I mean? And I would have saw it the same way. And you talk about race, I would have said, You know what I mean? That's why I would have said it the same way, and I don't think I would apologize. I know I wouldn't have apologized. I'd be like, I would have to ask Ms. Goldberg, it's about the money. Why'd you do it? Cause like, it's about the money. Why in the world would you do such a thing? Like, you just basically just give it up to them. Like, why? I would never. Why? Why would you do it? Let me just make sure. Let me see, I'll blow this up real quick so we can read together just silently in our heads. Okay. Go down here. Okay. Yeah, I read that part, okay? I did read that part. Yeah. Jeez. Oh, they experimented on them too. Crazy. Are we back here yet? Nope. No. Okay. I did. It's in there. Hopefully you see it. Let me see. Not in there? Yeah, it's in there. I dropped it. One more again, just in case. For funsies. Okay. Ooh. It's Keen takes picked up subjects. Ooh. Okay, so obviously that doctors, professors, etc. They were talking about SS officer became the Auschwitz camp doctor on the 30th of 1943. Interested in genetics and keen to experiment on twins. Pick out subjects on the ramp from new arrivals during selection. Immediately put in a slave labor. To be measured, killed, and dissected. Hell no. Yeah. See, Christianity, anti-Semitism, religious anti-Semitism. Okay, that's what this is an aversion to the discrimination against Jews as a whole based on the religious doctrines of supersession that expect or demand the disappearance of Judaism and the conversation. And this is us. I say racial anti-Semitism, prejudice against Jews based on a belief or assertion that Jews constitute a distinct race that has inherited traits or characteristics that appear in some way apparent. No. No. And one more again. Just keep reading till negative. Man, I dropped it, cuz. What are you doing? I'm sure you're holding me up. Okay. So, let's see. Excusing them. Oh, okay. I'll just read this part real quick. Throughout the Middle Ages in Europe, Jews were subjected to anti-Semitism. Big word. It's hostility or prejudice towards or discrimination against Jews, a person who holds such a position. Excuse me, family. I apologize. Holds such a position is called anti-Semite. Okay? So what's that with us? Do we get the same privileges? I just want to know. Can we say, oh, they said the N word with the hard R. Is that anti-Semitism? Question mark. Just because I don't know. Okay, Reformation has a major movement with Western Christianity in the 16th century. Europe that passed a religious and political challenge to the Catholic Church. Catholicism. Church is the largest of 1.3 million baptized. Okay, I'll say so. This is mostly religious. Then Lutheranism, isms, is one of the largest branches of Protestantism that identifies with the theology of Martin Luther, 16th century. Ooh, 16th century. I got you. Hold on a second. Okay. Everybody. let's welcome him. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Man, let me get that off the thing. Whoa. Where did I have it at? You be distracting me, cuz, like, majorly. Majorly. Hold on a second. Where's my, take that off right there. Yeah, okay. Take that off too. Am I on? Anyway, so, what's up? How you doing, sir? Tell us about your day. What's going on? Glad you could tap in. I don't know how to really open that conversation because you distracted me.
Oh, Grand Risings.
I guess. Yeah, Grand Risings.
About anti-Semitism.
No, wait, hold on a sec. How'd I get that? I'll get that off, man. I can't remember.
Banners.
That's what I thought. Why won't it show up? Oh, there you go. Scrolling too fast. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Let me get back to this article real quick, and then we're gonna move into the topic I actually want to talk about, and then why you're here. Okay. Let me just finish this real fast because people are watching. Hold on a second. Almost done. Yeah. So I'm right. It's religious. It's the nationality, right? Germany nationality. German.
Yeah.
That's yeah. So I don't see why they fucking made her do that. Anyway, yeah. So as you can see, people, everything's racist, right? The movement embraced pseudo-scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism. I will also for that. Okay, they viewed Hughes as a race. A race is categorized of humans based on shared physical or social qualities into groups generally viewed as distinct within a given society. Terms was first used to refer to speakers. Okay, here we go. Whose members were locked in mortal combat with the Aryan race. Another white group. Another white, like white, not black, white. Aryan race is debunked and obsolete historical race concept which merged debunked and obsolete race concept which emerged in the late 19th century. Described people of Indo-European heritage as a racial grouping. Oh my god. Yeah, you're white. Okay, that's race. Let's see. National Socialist. The Nazi Party, officially National Socialist German Workers' Party, was a far right political party in Germany, active between 1920 and 1945. And we really want to be technical currently. That's what we're going to go to. Okay, so now we know it's not really racist. Racist is like how we would see it. Black, white. I think it's more national, more a nationality. It's not even an ethnicity. It's religious and nationality. National. I can't even say it. There's a nationality. I'm not racist. Does anti-Semitism work for us too?
It depends how you view it. Semitism is a language group. Semitism or Semite is a language
Semite.
group.
Yeah. Is that so? So we can't use it? You call me the N word with a hard R. I can't be like, anti-Semitic words offend me. Why is it just only for them? We get nothing? Like, we don't have a word like that. Big ass motherfucker. Anti-Semitism. Seriously.
No, seriously. Just have racism.
See what I'm talking about, Felly?
Every time you mention the Hughes,
everybody gets special.
Every time you mention the Hughes, channel taken down, they consider it anti-Semitism. Just mention it.
What is fragility? not a problem here.
Like
Jesus.
If you watched the Jeff show yesterday, he was talking about the hues. Not in a negative light, but in a positive light. If some white girl got on there talking about, I can't believe you're having this conversation, and this is anti-Semitism, and it's on Brother Jeff's show.
What? Because you know you're a coon. Stop it.
Ooh,
I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it about the motherfucking show. Like, I don't even know, man. I don't even know, man. Where's your black card? I'm gonna give you a chance to change your own narrative, sir. But basically, I kind of played it out already. And other than that, so basically, she's saying to black.
She's saying you can't say nothing about them, or you're gonna be anti-Semitic.
She's lucky I wasn't there.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know how to control myself.
If you say anything about them, it's anti-Semitic.
Everything is a hate crime. Everything is. Right? But God forbid we feel any kind of way.
Except
right?
when it's to us, and then...
Oh, no, when it comes to us, man, we gotta just eat a dick. Take that L. No. 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 You see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? They got this, they got this, they got this, they got this. Go. Fucking passes. Dominant society passes. I don't know what that's about. Oh, man. No passes for the fucking white supremacists. Plural. And, yeah, it's a terrible, terrible situation. Okay, you got your shine. Sit it down. It's FBA time. Okay? Sit it down. Oh, man. Fucking white tears matter for reals. My religion's offended.
They might be trying to get Jeff's show taken down. We'll see.
That's like black white people to know how to talk. That's why that point was made. That lady said no, based on the fact that you don't talk like black white people. Use a whole N with the A.
Oh yeah, Susan.
Yeah. All right. What?
Well,
she said she don't think you qualified. Man, you should have just let me do my thing earlier, but
that's what the Susan say.
I always take that into different account. But I was like, what? I shut it down. No, and no, and no. Watch and see. No. You just watch and see. Ha. Anyway, no. I said no. And I even told Brother Jeff he had a head shaped like a fucking M&M.
Like a peanut.
I said, he's mad about that.
Yeah.
Trust me, he commented on it or some shit. No, he's had a sad face on it.
Oh.
I don't care. You see me later. Still tell you got a fucking head shaped like an M&M.
Yeah, damn peanut. Peanut head.
I was like, yeah, this head shaped like a peanut. I can't read the chat. I don't know what's going on over there. I was just gonna like that. Typing this shit. I don't know what the fuck I said. I didn't know what I said. I was like, no. No. Fuck no. I just want to spill my secrets. I play the mayor on the weekend, family.
Open that. Remember,
huh?
Remember the space flight, Space Cowboys? They're opening an office here in Denver.
Fucking Bezos?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I saw that shit. Fuck you, Bezos. You fly up to motherfucking space, but can't take care of people. Oh, fuck it. This must be nice to have money. Really must be nice.
And Google.
Let's move on to our next topic, though. Okay, because we could talk about white people doing non-amazing things all day. Remember, this is their month. Symbolism. This is symbolism, because you know this is, right? Black History Month, symbolism.
Mm-hmm.
BET pushes another form of symbolism. And what do people do? Give me, I need this symbolism.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, no. Fucking dust your brain off. Like, blow, like, put it back in. You know what I mean? Like, take these eyeballs out and, like, shake them like dice and put your black eyeballs in. Real shit. You can fucking put your black eyeballs in. You'll see everything a whole lot different. I promise you. Promise you, family.
Take the rose-colored glasses off.
Yeah, you got the white people glasses on. Should you take those motherfuckers off? You'll be feeling great. Everything is going to be making sense. Trust me. Everything will make sense once you take off the white man's glasses. Remember, you can see better with your black eyes. Huh? No one wants to use their black eyes anymore. Like, why? They exist. They're there. They are there. Trust me. When you reprogram, reset, and your eyeballs have changed, you see it just like how everybody else sees it. All of a sudden, you're going to get on this motherfucking program.
Because the slavery is mental now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You want to lead into the Nazi thing real quick? Because I could talk about DeSantis. Yeah, real quick, because, I just get it out of my system. Because I was already over here with the anti-Semitic.
We're actually going to touch on this on Frontline.
No, I know, but that's, so what? It's two different places. You touch on it. You touch on it whatever you want. This is good, though. Well.
So Governor DeSantis may be your next.
Stop. Not yet. There's bad points for him right now. I had to put something in there before I get angry. Like, hangry. How do you say it?
Hangry?
How do you say it? Yeah. What? Like moody?
Hangry.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, family. I'm going to share the screen real quick. So I got the thing going. Okay, good. All right. So, it's about the Nazis everywhere all of a sudden. Well, they came down in, like, earlier, a couple months ago. So now, Nazis, because, can you hear me? Nazis.
Yeah.
Nazis, okay. Yeah, in Florida, like over the weekend. So, I'm just going to play some content. So you have a little basis and listen to some Rachel Maddow. I don't know why I kind of dig Rachel Maddow's sarcasm and kind of, I kind of dig it. Because she's really sarcastic. You know what I mean? You can't pick that up. It's like you're fucking real slow. So she said it like super ugly, like, ugh, it's good. But they've been all over the place, and they've been at like abortion clinics. You know what I mean? Actually putting up signs about the hospital kills white people. What? Yeah. Fucking crazy. There you go.
A little local news report from Orlando, Florida this week. I'm just going to warn you right up front that some of the images and the speech in this clip are
Hold on. Okay, I'm right here.
Be upsetting.
Gross and upsetting.
This contains some anti-Semitic and white supremacist blather that you might not want to hear, or you might not want your kids to hear if you're watching with any kids. So that is your fair warning.
You're here
if
too,
you do
right?
not want to hear it.
Yep.
The reason I'm going to show it, just a few seconds of it, is that it does us no good to pretend that this isn't happening.
Right.
And if you take a look at just a little bit of this, you will understand why the citizens of Orlando, Florida, may be a little shaken up today. This is from News 6 Orlando.
Men and women with neo-Nazi armbands, flags, and posters stood on the corner of this Waterford Lakes intersection on Saturday, shouting words of white supremacist hate. Orange County Sheriff's deputies confirmed this video is part of their active and open investigation into the demonstration. And this part of the video, a fight in the street, investigators say involved the demonstrators and a passerby. Also, over the weekend, troopers broke up this demonstration of hate on an I-4 overpass in Orlando, telling News 6 it's illegal to obstruct traffic or hang signs on overpasses.
I kind of reminded me of OJ. They was driving down the freeway. And white people up there. Yeah, white people.
Tattooed chef.
So that's two overt Nazi gatherings on 2 successive days this weekend out in broad daylight in Central Florida at the shopping center, over the highway, just out harassing.
Oh, they're getting bold. You know why they're getting bold, right?
A tiny bit more of that video that's part of the investigation by the Orange County Sheriff now in Florida. Because with this bit that I'm going to show you, you can get a sense of the way they were.
What?
I said because the election.
Yep.
This election that's coming up.
Yep. Trump. Yep.
We're going after locals and innocent bystanders.
I can't wait till we touch on that.
People. This is just a few seconds again, but I will warn you that it is a little gross.
That is gross. Ooh.
Look at him. Guess where you're going back to?
Ooh.
Believe it or not, we actually carefully cut that to show you the least vulgar excerpt we could find from that tape, right? Still.
You know what he said? You know what he said? What?
It rhymes with dyke.
Oh, yeah, that's what they said?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't say that either. Ha! Words to not say. But I'll say this. I mean, did they say? Hold on a second. Those motherfuckers really had the audacity to be like, WP? For reals?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, where's the backlash? Like, I apologize, I word that right.
When you need them.
Where's the verbal outrage? You know what I mean? Where's the verbal outrage? Real shit, where's the verbal outrage?
It's the NFAC when you need them.
I know. Where? Oh my God. What? Like, where's everybody? Where's the marching? Carry on.
Makes your skin crawl.
It does.
I will also just note that when the Nazi groups took to the highway overpasses yesterday, on one of them, right next to the swastika banner, they draped a banner that said, "Let's go, Brandon," except because they're exactly the geniuses you think they are, they misspelled the word Brandon. That's a hard one.
Yes.
Now, why were they saying "Let's go, Brandon"? If you are unfamiliar, that phrase is a kind of code among the pro-Trump crowd for F Joe Biden. It's become a rallying cry for pro-Trump folks all over the country and even for Republican elected officials. But for whatever reason, this particular group of Nazis feel like that's the right message, along with all the kill the Jews stuff. And for whatever reason, they believe this is the right moment to go out and gather in broad daylight in suburban Orlando, Florida.
Very much
Joining us
so.
now is Florida State Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith. His district includes the area where this Nazi group gathered on Saturday. He said yesterday online, quote, "Hatred and anti-Semitism have no place in our community. I'm appalled to see Nazis rally in the East Orlando district I represent.
Appalled.
Never welcome here." Representative Smith, I appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight. Thank you so much.
Senator, right?
Thank you for having me, Rachel.
Representative.
First, I'm sorry that this happened in your district. It is at least at some level, it is a terrorizing thing for people to come up against this on the street corner or even on the local news on their commute to work or whatever. Let me just ask how your constituents
It's uncomfortable.
are reacting. What the community reaction has been.
I mean, just think about how everybody felt when, they're burning motherfuckers across
the
the
Orlando-based district that I represent near the University of Central Florida were appalled. I remember getting tagged and getting texts and, getting posts on my social media feed that it was happening in Waterford Lakes. It's a place that I am very familiar with. It's near my East Orlando home.
Oh my God.
And folks were really alarmed and scared that this was actually happening in their community. And like I said before, in my social media post that you read, this type of hatred and anti-Semitism is not welcome here in Orlando. Orlando is a really diverse.
Oh my God, Orlando. I got arrested in Orlando. I don't even want to talk about it. They're really diverse. Oh yeah. Don't be from Colorado and smile and shit. Your guys going to jail. For real. Going to jail. Speak from experience. Hello. Going to jail. For a month or so. Not longer. You know what I mean? Anyway, real quick. I never in my life, I'm 41, have never in my life experienced the Klan like my ancestors have. But I know enough, I've seen enough to know that when you see the Klan, it should incite some sort of fear. You should be worried, you should be scared. And then that fear turns into something else like defense. But that's why you should be scared of what the fuck they're going to do. Because talk about it, just, I can only imagine what our ancestors went through.
Right.
That time, right? Real shit. You kind of should have that fear. Right? That something should ring inside. And I think that we're seeing it now, 2022, like they haven't been here. They've been present forever. We're seeing now, though, because, Trump want to be so controversial and shit. And, they're not liking how, we're trying to switch shit up. And their numbers dwindling. They're all kind of ugly shit. They've been taking L's left and right, and things have been growing in the black favor. Also with other groups, however you want to look at it. Trump, Biden and his Biden sexuals and Bidenites taking L's, and there's a lot of L's, and it's not good. So I think maybe this is the time to come on and create some more fucking mayhem. And it's like, how far do you really think this is going to get them? A, B, now that we're all aware, what do you think is going to happen next, right?
The same ones that's behind the threats as the HBCUs.
Oh, yeah, for sure, because that leads into this, too. Yeah, I mean, this is like a attention-seeking. You know what I mean? Because that board out there, fucking, building your motherfucking, building, shelters and shit, getting ready for, the inevitable. You bored? You should come over here and fuck with people.
Community
Can't dig
that
it.
is an inclusive community.
But I want to know where's
community. And these neo-Nazis that were rallying around Orlando, they don't represent who we are. But it's not just those of us here in Orlando that should be concerned and alarmed. All Floridians should be concerned because we're seeing
watch
a
the show
rise
for a second,
of
okay?
extremism and white
Listen,
supremacy
take over
in our
for a second,
state.
okay?
And we all have to understand that that didn't happen here
3 or 4
overnight.
minutes.
According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, Florida is number 2 in the nation for the number of hate groups that are based in our state, and that number is growing. We also know that, unfortunately, there were more Floridians that were arrested and that are seeing charges brought against them who were
they
involved
supremacists?
in the violent insurrection on January 6th in the nation's capital. And many of those individuals were tied to some of these hate groups, like the Proud Boys.
Oh, God, the
and
Proud
so
Boys.
it's really incumbent on folks to speak out, to deny.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I was just agreeing with what he was saying.
Yeah. Me too, Des. I was like, they if they're real, like true fucking, like how they were portrayed, every race, nationality, religion that isn't surrounding them is their threat. They're threats. You know what I mean? Anything that's different from the pureness or whatever the fuck the rhetoric is. I don't want to say it out loud because you know, like it's hard. It's really hard to say out loud because everybody's dealt with it. I know it's even just a remote little history of it. It should be like word vomit, just because it's so disturbing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, when they look at us and they it's always it's by design. You know what I mean? It's by design. You know, the system of white supremacy is actually a motherfucking system. Yeah. And a lot of people don't understand that. We are in a motherfucking system, you know? And so, let's say that to say this is that the way they were talking to drivers, those motherfuckers live it, breathe it, practice it, bet all their little situations all have the same blonde hair, blue eyes, match the race, purity, fucking whatever rhetoric going on in their system. And in reality, they play both sides of the fence. You know, they probably have a job where they work with with others. They pretend like, you know, they're those types of, I have a black friend. I got a gay friend. Whatever,
Like-
cuz. You know?
Like Ruth.
Who?
Dylan Ruth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, so, you know, when you look at that, if you're old enough, okay, if you're old enough, now let's not talk about this new generation. They're like numb and fragile and motherfucking emotional, sensitive, disagreeable, just fucking mediocre. I mean, because you look at TV and you play on the computer does not mean you're tight. And they still only did half-ass work. You know, not going outside, not fucking adventuring. No, you're just stuck in the computer. This like people like my age, older, like at least 2 generations older. They know that this is like you should feel something really deep down inside that's not very it's not very good towards this. Like you feel 2 things: anger, fear, and then all that'll turn into something else like courage. You know what I mean? It turns into other things, but first it'll go fear, anger. You see what I'm saying? And everybody else. I think you know, if you want to look at the Hewish population, yeah, you should feel something. And you look at our population, fuck yeah, we should feel something right now. Because this is current. You know what I mean? There's motherfuckers still getting lynched in real life today. You know what I mean? There's still motherfuckers putting nooses on trees. Because remember that shit?
Yeah, they just
in my neighborhood, you know?
Yeah.
My dad's. They were looking for that dude. And they had a picture on a bike and everything.
Them Nazis here.
Right. Amongst our own people, man. I mean, come on. But on this fucking front like, you know, you an ally, but in reality, motherfuckers practice supremacist ways. Even our people, man. It just goes along with fucking programming and conditioning. And until motherfuckers actually wake up and God pray. I pray to the universe that you're around motherfuckers that have been reprogrammed. You gotta kick this shit out of your system once you wake up fully. Because now you'll be like this, you'll be confused, like Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. says. You know what I mean?
I understand racism, white supremacy.
I'll play it right quick because he's like severe. This is Neely Fuller Jr. Yeah, I'll play it right now. Hold on. Can you see this screen?
Yes.
It says, is it pink?
No.
Hold on a second.
On the
I got you. Hold on a second. You know, it's real shit. Like, you know, thankfully, I reprogrammed, but also I deleted everything and started over. And I'm telling you, when you look at things from your black eyes, life makes a whole bunch more sense. Here you go. Like, let's just hear it out. Like, check it out. And now you'll be confused. He's right.
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you do understand will confuse you. In all of these 9 areas of activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anywhere on the planet, minute by minute, day by day, all of the time.
All of the time. That's my favorite, dude. All of the... No, I gotta take that back. I can't tell which one is my favorite. Man, is it Jason Black? Or is it I Am the Professor? Or all of the time.
The moment of truth.
Brought to you by Power Tools. You're going to. I'll just say, I mean, I don't know which I can't choose. It's so much there. Much there. Okay, here we go. Let's finish. Take direct the program, okay?
Type of hatred and bigotry, and really just kind of be aware and open their eyes to this rise of extremist and hateful behavior in our area.
Were any of these groups at all recognizable to you? Or these, I mean, has there been previous white supremacist activity like this in your district? Were any of these, is there any sense in which these guys were sort of usual suspects for this sort of thing? Or was this a surprise, and were these strangers?
Well, we understand that one of the groups that was involved, one of their leaders is based in Kissimmee, which is just around the corner from the East Orlando district that I represent. We also saw in South Florida some leaflets and some papers, some anti-Semitic documents and flyers that were being left in our communities that were promoting the same hateful message. But I think what's important to contextualize here is what are we doing in our state that is potentially affecting the rise in hatred and extremism in Florida? You know, our legislature right now is actively considering proposals pushed by Governor DeSantis to, for example, shield Floridians from discomfort or guilt by censoring conversations about race, about LGBTQ identities in our schools and in our workplaces. Somehow, some of these extremists and white supremacists are getting the message that it is okay for them to be public with their hatred and anti-Semitism, that they should come out of the shadows, because we're seeing this rise in extremism, and it's incumbent upon all elected officials.
Like, let's talk about this real quick. Let's just back this track up real fast. I keep trying to go to the restroom, and I can't get out of here. All right, hold on a sec.
That it is okay
check it out.
for them to contextualize here is what are we doing in our state that is potentially affecting the rise in hatred and extremism in Florida? You know,
Colorado is such a sheepish place.
Actively considering proposals pushed by Governor DeSantis to, for example, shield Floridians from discomfort or
what
guilt.
The fuck? Shield Floridians from discomfort or guilt. What the fuck? What are you shielding them from? Their own ancestry?
Yep.
No, you gotta eat that. Eat that. Feel that. You're gonna feel that. What?
The new black media is making them play a song.
What do you mean? DeSantis shielding them from what?
From the truth.
From their own shit? Their own fucking treachery? History? What? What are you shielding them from? and guilt. White guilt?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, cuz. That's stupid. Yeah, what? And they need to be shielded. The Floridians' emotions are being touched in a way they feel something. Yeah, you didn't eat that pain, man. Yeah, that's it. What are you shielding from? You know, like you're trying to make everything go away. Oh, we live in a happy new world. Happy little bushes. No, we're gonna protect. We're gonna throw out another bill and another paw. Blow me with that, cuz that's stupid. Huh? What? I wonder if this mayor knew it, or this representative, you said it was representative.
Yeah.
I wonder if he knew. I don't know how stupid that sounded. You know what I mean? Like, we're protecting them. We're going to shield them from white guilt that's been placed upon them in this generation from their ancestors of racist and murdering, genocidal, fucking hate mongering, fucking wah, bitch ass motherfucking dominant society. We're gonna shield them.
Mm-hmm.
Guard their little feelings.
You notice how he throws
Cover their eyes. Fuck that. How come nobody wants to cover our eyes though? Cover our eyes, close our ears, protect us. What? Fuck no, man. No.
Censoring conversations about race, about LGBTQ identities in.
Serious? What?
They always want to conflate the two.
It's not the same. You got religious and nationality and motherfuckers of confusion. Not race. It's a whole different thing. You see what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like you got the huge people, being obviously going through that situation. That situation, right? Obviously bad. Real bad. Let's just go ahead and say it's bad. And you got the motherfucking the LGBTQ question mark happy sad face fucking hashtag motherfucking times 30 fucking exclamation point throwing a little bit ebonics, another sad face group. Need to feel sheltered. The fuck? And basically they're gonna dismiss you black people, especially foundational black people, because man, we've been catching up on the shout out to Mr. Tariq Nasheed. You've been giving it to them. They've been really disrespectful. And just go ahead and say, come on in, immigrants. And we're gonna shield the people who are already here from their white guilt. Because they're gonna feel guilty. Their feelings hurt. After we completely annihilate this little part of a nation with their religious practices, and we're going to go ahead, rape and pillage these people all over the world. Yeah, we're going to do all of this. And we're going to shield you from it. We don't want you to hear none of it. None of it. None of it. I don't want you to hear this book. I want you to talk about this. We don't talk about that. That's anti-Semitism. That's Asian hate.
Because we're post-racial now.
Right.
Since Obama was president.
Oh, God, man. That didn't make everything better. Like, it made it worse. That's worse for us. Sorry, man. You failed.
The rise in hatred and extremism in Florida. Our legislature right now is actively considering proposals pushed by Governor DeSantis to, for example, shield Floridians from discomfort or guilt by censoring conversations about race, about LGBTQ.
Basically taking away your freedom of speech, thought, very much everything that Nazi group believes in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So basically, you're turning into Nazis.
Just
make it work. Yeah, it's supremacy. It's supremacy. It's the oppressed turning to the oppressed. Think about it. Yeah, the people who are suffering from oppression turned into the oppressed. They start to oppress the oppressive. Yeah, it's ugly. It's ugly behavior.
Identities in our schools and in our work.
Identity politics.
Places somehow.
That's why they fear you, guys, because you're just practicing one thing only. It should have pivoted correctly. Oh man, she just listened to me sometimes. That was racist. You know that, right? Like what happened over there at the Cultural Center.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But that's why I was like, no, this is racist. You know, and we're the villains. Like, okay, I'm the villain today. What am I not? This is not unusual for me. It's just new for them, right? But like anybody know me like my whole life, they know this is not unusual at all. They're like, this is new for the YouTube, internet, whatever. But it's not. It's not. It's like, this is clearly wrong, right? You're just basically turning into them. That's standing on the flat. Fuck you. You're just turning into them, just in a polite way.
Extremists and white supremacists are getting the message that it is okay for them to be public with their hatred and anti-Semitism, that they should come out of the shadows, because we're seeing this rise in extremism.
That's basically what's going to happen when you protect their fragilities.
Republican and Democrat.
When you start censoring shit, you're basically saying it's okay.
And ask, why are individuals feeling empowered, these neo-Nazis, to come out from the shadows, and why has Florida become such a haven?
Because that's
for
like
anti-Semitic extremism?
Isn't it like because they come from the most electoral votes, right? Something like that. What? Yeah, right.
No, California does.
Well, Florida's important on the voting thing, right?
Yeah,
President?
they have 29 or 30 electoral votes.
And you know, oh my God, well, you should see the fucking Trump video I have. Regarding this, oh man, I was ashamed of black people for a second.
They're third
shit, though.
California, Texas.
Oh yeah,
third in electoral votes.
This is fucking crazy. Like, fuck their feelings, man. Fuck your feelings. This is unfair. Like, man. Okay, so look, you got the trendsetters. Yeah, he's already hinting to what they're gonna do.
White supremacists.
He's LGBT.
State Representative Carlos
Of course he is.
Smith.
I couldn't tell.
I appreciate you being here tonight again. I'm sorry that this has happened in your district. It's a pleasure to have you here.
He's only wearing it on his shirt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And I would also encourage your viewers who want.
He leaves nothing for the imagination. Maybe I want to imagine he was, maybe like when they always talk about women, how they expose themselves too much, they show too much skin, they don't leave nothing for the imagination, right? Me talking about that where the brothers wearing skinny jeans and shit, and you can see everything going on in their left pocket, right? They don't leave nothing for the imagination. This is a clear case of that, right? You're like, yeah, he's LGBTQ. I'm like, clearly. And he's only wearing it on his shirt. Not like I can't imagine, maybe, and fantasize he might be gay. Clearly, we must stand out. Must show it. Must wear it. You must know. Case in point.
Against this type of hatred and anti-Semitism, to donate to the Holocaust Center of Central Florida, because we think that education is such an important part.
What about black people? Oh my God.
Also a good point in that it will absolutely drive crazy.
They talk about Florida and shit. And where's this at? Don't they have motherfucking Haitians, Jamaicans, Black Dominicans, Brazilians? Sorry, I know I have to bring in those immigrant people that live here. Yeah, anybody who's black. Yeah, you're black, or even in my case, half. What? Wow, they just like focus on that though.
And he represents Orlando. It's mainly black there.
Black, yeah. I mean, I got arrested out there. I'll tell you, black or Latinos. I guess the new term is what, Latinx or Afro Latinos. You know what I mean? Black Latinos, man. Like I always got us. Afro Latinos like a new term to me. I'm 41. I didn't have those terms back then. I just knew that they were black and they spoke Spanish.
Right.
Tight. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like me. I speak Spanish too. Tight. However, they're black. They still suffer with the disrespectful ones. Fuck you. The ones that live here, they've been, they just quietly maneuver. They, not under the fucking the gratitude of the white man. Whatever, man. You know what you're here. I'm not really talking to those non-FBA individuals. I'm not shining on them. I'm only referring to the off-brand ones.
The tempers.
Yeah, the ones that are really disturbing in their rhetoric, man. And like I said, he been going in. Like, they had me rolling for at least 2 episodes. Like, but on a side note, this is fucked up because you have an individual such as this man who clearly is going to be the opposition of what these neo-Nazis are against. He's obviously Latin or some shit, right? And he's obviously with that agenda, which we don't support. We do, but not really, not like that. Sit it the fuck down, okay? And he's representing a whole state, saying we were going to cover them, shield them, protect them. That means that goes for him too.
Well, he's representing a section of the state, not the whole state.
People follow trends. But you're right. You're absolutely right. People do follow trends. You know what I mean? I do. Okay, so watch this. Okay, we're moving on. Where? Huh?
I want my daughter Riley to know about her ancestors.
I just want to show
to know who you are,
the black people in this right here. It's actually this one right here.
Together. It's been an amazing gift.
I was really disappointed in him too. Like, oh, come on, black people.
Before 1980, there were 2 different Brigham hospitals in Boston that were both Harvard Med School teaching hospitals. There was also the Boston Hospital for Women, which is kind of a weird concept, but that's a thing that used to exist in medicine. In 1975, those 3 different Harvard Medical School teaching hospitals,
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Merged.
Watch the show real quick, okay?
And they got a new name. They got the still awkward to this day name Brigham and Women's.
I don't know why her condescending motherfucking sarcasm is amazing.
It's affiliated with Harvard Medical School. It's really prestigious. It's really accomplished. It's actually one of the most highly rated hospitals. Not only in the United States, it's one of the most highly rated hospitals in the whole world. And a week and a half ago, at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, this happened. They had an outbreak of Nazis. This is a neo-Nazi group based in Worcester, Massachusetts. We know that because they put their email address on the threatening flyer that the group handed out at the hospital. Hi, Proton Mail. Your servers are being used as contact information for literal Nazi recruitment efforts in the United States. Did you know? The Nazi group was out in front of Brigham and Women's Hospital a week ago Saturday. They handed out flyers targeting 2 doctors by name, accusing them of anti-white genocidal policy. And these guys lined up in their little khaki pants and their little matching shirts and their masks. And they held up this big sign, Brigham and Women's Hospital kills whites.
Oh, God.
Really? The hospital kills whites, kills white people. And so the Nazis are out there in front of the hospital on Saturday morning defending all the poor white people from the doctors in the hospitals that are trying to kill all the white people. Why do the Nazis think that the hospitals are trying to kill the white people? Where do they get this from?
Right.
Well, this happened exactly 1 week prior.
The left is now rationing life-saving therapeutics based on race, discriminating against and denigrating, just denigrating white people to determine who lives and who dies. If you're white, you don't get the vaccine, or if you're white, you don't get therapeutics. If you're white, you have to go to the back of the line to get medical help. Think of it. If you're white, you go right to the back of the line.
Think of it. If you're white, you go right to the back of the line. That was Trump speaking Saturday the 15th. It was Saturday the 22nd, exactly 1 week later. There's the Nazis outside the hospital in Boston with their big sign, "This hospital kills white people." They're so pleased with themselves, they posted like a travelogue of themselves all taking the tea in Boston, wearing their little Nazi outfits and handing out their Nazi flyers to people on the platform waiting for their train. The whole group of them throwing their little Heil Hitler Nazi salutes on public transportation, doing the white power hand gesture thing. Oh wait, more Nazi salutes. Never get tired of that one. This is Massachusetts last weekend. We're having a problem with this as a country right now. How are we dealing with it? Part of the way we are dealing with it is by good investigative reporting. Joining us now is Philip Martin. He is a senior investigative reporter for GBH News, which is an NPR station in Boston. Mr. Martin, it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight. Thank you very much.
Rachel, thank you. Much appreciated.
Let me just ask if there's anything else that you've been able to report out about this disturbing demonstration, this group that showed up at the hospital in Boston. Is there anything that you can tell us about the size of this group, the other kind of stuff that they've been doing?
We can talk about the size to some degree. Your summary, by the way, was excellent. The size, this has always been a minute and fringe organization. But right now, they're part of what you see as a trend, the mainstreaming of extremism. This is a fringe group that has suddenly attracted new members. We know that because the Anti-Defamation League of New England has been counting them and said that the demonstration outside of the Brigham and Women's Hospital that you pointed out was larger than most of their demonstrations. On most occasions, they might attract 4 or 5 people. This time, they've attracted about 24 people. That is still small when we talk about organizations. But as far as an extreme right neo-Nazi organization, it's considered significant.
Let's see. Let's go back over here. There's something kind of funny that made me laugh over here.
But specifically at Harvard Medical School, perhaps not as robust as it should be. And they're working on that. They recognize that there are internal problems within the organization, and they're basically zeroing in on that. It's the reason all.
Yeah, basically, they're just targeting people. That's what they said. All right, one more. I'm just gonna scroll past it though, real quick, because I just wanted to show something. This dude right here.
My next guest knows the Oath Keepers better than just about anyone.
He got sentenced to prison.
Married to and estranged from Oath Keeper leader Stuart Rhodes. They were married for 23 years, including while Rhodes was founding the Oath Keepers.
Right.
Filed for
It
divorce
says that's them motherfuckers right there.
Joins
the
me
Nazis,
now.
right?
Tasha, your reaction to Stuart Rhodes testifying today?
It's what I thought. He pled the fifth mostly, and then it appears he talked about himself a lot.
I'm only gonna say that
the founding of the
this
board,
broad was
he did not
married
talk a lot about,
to this dude
from what I can tell,
for like God knows how long. So
so
what does that make her?
On that and ducked out.
I just can't get divorced does not mean you're not
of the org. But first, what evidence do you think the feds might have on him?
The victim.
Well, he certainly planned all this. He certainly is behind all of this.
Ooh.
What I don't know is, are they able to make the connection to something bigger? Did he have a go-ahead from someone else? Why did he think that this was okay for him to do? That he thought he might get away with this? Is there a larger connection? I don't know. But I think.
What do you mean you don't know? Cuz stop it.
That he planned this. He planned to disrupt everything in order to, convince Trump to declare the Insurrection Act. They would come in, everything would just be chaos. And somewhere in there, Oath
yeah, have you been watching the news? Trump's they're pulling out all the stops. Have you seen the news? He's just sitting there in that place watching the shit go down for like 100 and some minutes. Kids like, make it stop. He doesn't do shit. He's over there fucking making the extra the changing shit with the votes. He's doing the most. He's calling other governors like a week before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they just can't get their hands on this guy. You know what I mean? That's fucking crazy.
Some, you know,
as a magical white unicorn for real.
For Trump, I think, is what the plan was.
You tweeted out that he dug escape tunnels.
Oh yeah, look at this shit.
Tell me more. Why did he do that?
Fucking white people, look.
Constant fear of the feds. Now, this photo here is not of the actual escape tunnels. This was something that got pulled from my blog and passed around a lot online. The actual escape tunnels were actually
he's crazy. My husband's crazy.
They were long enough that the kids used to play in them and call to each other through them.
I would play them
too. At the end of the escape tunnel, the eventual plan was they would lead up to a logging road out in the national forest behind the house that we lived in. There was an unregistered car that would be waiting. And then eventually we moved from there into another house.
So like, so nonchalant. There'd be a car waiting. Just like a normal day. We're going to go to a cabin. We're going to stay there for about 4 months. Everything will be done. He said, he got us. Could be okay. No.
Then he did something similar there, planned to booby trap the front of the property with razor wire. Another.
That's just the way to do it.
The car would be waiting for a different setup and a different plan. But it was our whole lives. Our whole lives were about his wanting to escape the feds, even before Bundy Ranch.
He's escaping the feds.
I never even knew what it was he was afraid of until he started creating that as a reality. And eventually
everybody other than the white people
wanting to come after them, and with good reason.
Crazy.
But that was our whole lives.
Tasha, you told the LA Times last year that you originally envisioned the Oath Keepers as a, quote, a cigar club of like-minded libertarians.
Oh, come on now, cuz what? What?
I think it never really changed for him.
Motherfucking Klan members right there. White supremacists. And they're like a cigar club. They only play poker on the weekends. Lightly talk about, those people. Come on now.
Something like what it became. I think the libertarian side of things, the sort of left-leaning libertarian, anything goes side of things, that was a pitch that he gave because there was a very large Ron Paul movement at the time. There was a lot of money. There was a lot of energy in the Ron Paul movement. And I think he wanted to absorb that.
Let's move forward.
Least that he would often brandish firearms in the family home and would physically abuse his children. Tell me more about these claims.
That don't surprise me. Mm-hmm.
He would
motherfucker's
often,
crazy.
Brandish a firearm.
But she's snitching.
Again, he's a lawyer, so he's always very aware of being watched.
Why we don't
he was afraid of being caught with what he
parents?
was doing, so he would never say, "I'm going to shoot you," but he would wave a loaded gun around, chambered with his finger on the trigger.
That motherfucker married for like 23 years, and he's so dangerous. You know, you see what I'm saying? How does he?
Yeah.
Just are you sleeping?
No.
I have a real prolific moment right there. Now, seriously, can you be married to somebody for 23 years, have babies with them, and act like they're the most dangerous individual in the world, and just go ahead and snitch on them?
No.
I thought they referred to them as a cigar club.
You're an accomplice at that point.
Yeah, she's clearly an accomplice. You're gonna buck your eyes and shit, act all. Oh, you didn't know you was married to a supremacist? What?
Yeah.
Everything is normal? I bet. God, man. That's that, and then you go and drop the dime. Yeah, and come on now. See, brothers, that's why we tell you to leave the Karens alone. If they do that to their own people, what are they going to do to you?
Right.
And eventually say, "I'm doing this because I'm suicidal." But this is how he would control us, and this was how he would say, "You're
I'm
not
so
leaving the house.
abused.
If you try to leave
23
the house,
years.
if you try to go to the store, I am going to kill myself because you're just so terrible."
All right.
You're not doing
You
what I
didn't
say.
think a white supremacist is actually going to say that to that? No, that's not gonna happen. Not at all. Bitch, go. You're stopping me from killing. You know what I mean? Bye. Bob and Joe are coming to get me. Take your children with you. Be safe. I got things to do. You think you're gonna be like, I'm gonna kill myself? Come on now.
Helping me enough. And this is something that happened now and
Oh
then.
my God! Stop the fucking
once
lie.
a year, or trying to shoot the dog, or something like that. And
what did dog do?
After Bundy Ranch, I
That
don't know
clear
what
fucking
happened. He had a real
anger trigger,
even worse mental spiral than he already had before that. And this was every week. And he's a Yale Law graduate, and I'm just me. And he made it clear that he would try to stop me from being able to see the kids, that he would have full custody of the kids if I ever tried to leave. And the threat of that is what kept me as long.
You got you a provider with a little
fear. It eventually took 2 years of planning
fear.
To get.
Crazy. Okay, let's stop right there. Jesse.
Yeah.
All right, so this next little section is just for us. Like, that's just for us. No, actually, it's about reparations. Okay. Okay, hold on. So let me pause right there. What is it? Okay. The Black Agenda, Foundation of Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, want tangibles, and everybody's feeling it. Everybody's talking about it. As they should. It's a long time coming. Means everybody else sit it the fuck down and let this happen. And the big topics, shouts out to, new black media, and everybody's pushing the actual agenda. Talking about reparations. But really talking about reparations. And so I brought Jesse up here, so he can be involved in this little this dialogue, because it goes along with tangibles, right? And everything. Like, watch Frontline Black News, then that's Mr. Tangibles, Denver edition, Colorado edition. So we're gonna watch this real quick. So now they're talking about reparations again, all year with the Biden sexuals. They didn't have nothing for black people. No, infrastructure. It's not for black people. It's to benefit everybody but black people through black people areas. So no, that doesn't count. What else did we get? I think we got a statue, like a coin, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Sit up, cuz, please. You're gonna pay attention, because I don't want you to fall asleep, or at least tap out or something like that. Please. I know it's early. And you got things to do. With this support. Anyway, I can't shut your camera off. So you just go ahead and tap out if you want to. I'm gonna carry on though. Can't fall asleep on camera. I know you're tired though. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, so everybody's talking about it, but all year with the Biden sexuals and Biden nights, and everybody has supported this motherfucking off-brand and his fucking by BP and her nonsense. There's been nothing tangible for black people in the Biden administration, correct?
Yes.
Right. So all year we've been watching and waiting for, Biden to do something, even though we knew he wasn't gonna do something. A lot of people knew that, and yet y'all voted for this motherfucker. He did not do nothing for black people. And I don't think it's technical. It's like a loopholes with everybody. Oh, well, you did something for black people, but in this case, right when at the end, when it's really needed, nothing for black people. Everybody else but you. So in the last year in some change, like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, I don't know. Basically, it's gotten worse and worse, and they're feeling it from us. So we're kind of, it's gonna be a marathon, but yeah, they're feeling it. So they're feeling the questionable black vote, if they're going to have it in this next election, the imploding of both parties, the usage of talking points and whatnot, all sorts of things. Hiring, firing, quitting. Everybody that's at the White House can get a job with NBC. What else? They're gonna start protecting everybody's fragility. Give people more money other than us, and fuck you, black people. Basically, that's what they're saying. And then you got other people opposing what is rightfully belonging to foundational Black Americans and American descendants of slavery, and standing in the way, meaning the anger of the immigrants that come here, anger of white people, a lot of cognitive dissonance, the complete refusal of motherfucking just the thought, doing the math, whatever. It should just be like this. Reparations, resign. Cut the check, resign. Tangibles, resign. Everything the Black agenda is really all about. And we've already seen it, but we told you, didn't we tell them this was going to be like a nothing burger? A waste of time, don't do it. Why would you? I'll wait. No. They never want to call in, you scary little punks. Like, what the fuck? So big, you guys talk all this shit, but nobody calls in. Anyway, enough about that. Reparations is now the new topic. Yeah, thank the Black agenda. Here we go. Turn this volume up. There you go. Ooh. Oops. You can't sit, huh?
No.
I apologize. It's important, family. My fault. I'm sorry. I protect your little eyeballs. Let's see. Yeah, you gonna want to see it. It just like for real, like the ridiculousness of it.
Washington, D.C. She sees a troubling history and the fruits of her ancestors' slave labor.
How did you learn that information?
I got that information.
I'm right here.
That I was part of the descendant families.
Look at this shit, man.
In July of 2000.
Pay attention, Black family.
I was contacted by Judy Rifle, who is the lead genealogist for the Georgetown Memory Project, which was started by Georgetown alum Richard Cellini for the sole purpose of identifying descendants of those families who were trafficked in 1838.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it right now. I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it literally does my reading for me.
I'll tell you what,
So
though.
let's say you have to read
And
an
fucking
entire
motherfucking
from your boss,
let
but
me
you
take
have
that back. Immigrants.
Going on 2 centuries ago,
the audacity.
Catholic Society of
Audacity.
Jesus, or Jesuit priests, sold 272 slaves at auction for what amounts to about $3.3 million in today's value. Slave labor and profits from slave sales helped the Jesuits finance churches, schools, and America's first Catholic college, which became Georgetown University. Now, the Jesuits have launched the largest effort of its kind to make amends and provide equity to descendants like Short Cologne, whose great-great-great-great-grandparents were among the slaves.
So how do you apply equity? It's just a huge job, what you're talking about.
Right. Maybe you should ask yourself and your peers that.
Ooh.
Inheritors of this as well. So I don't have those answers.
How is that?
I am being an active participant in what makes America better, while there are active participants who are opposed to that.
Well, I don't understand why she said.
I can't be okay if there are still people out there who want.
Pause right there. Why would she say? Okay, so what? Listen to her say.
Short Cologne, whose great-great-great-great-grandparents were among the slaves.
This is a question.
So how do you apply equity? How do you, it's just a huge job, what you're talking about.
Right. Maybe you should ask yourself and your peers that. Because you are inheritors of this as well.
How is that? How is that?
What do you mean, how is that?
She's talking to this lady. How is she an inheritor of ADOS FBA reparations?
No, that's not what she means.
What does she mean by that?
She means that she benefited off of slavery.
Oh.
So, since she benefited off of slavery, she needs to ask her peers about equity.
Let me hear that one more time because okay. How about that one side of the
great-great-great-great-grandparents were among the slaves.
So how do you apply equity? How do you, it's just a huge job.
Look how mad she is.
Right. Maybe you should ask yourself and your peers that.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
You are inheritors of this as well. So I don't have those answers. I am being an active participant.
I guess that's just because I'm on this side. I didn't understand it at first. Thank you for explaining it. All right, I had a little slow moment right there. I was because on this side. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't understand. Now I understand. It makes all the sense now. Thank you for clearing that up for me. I had a little slow moment right there.
In what makes America better, while there are active participants who are opposed to that. So I can't be okay.
Man, looks could kill.
People out there who want to see me oppressed and deprived of my rights to vote, to freedom, to liberty. And it is saying that these people can have nice things and those people can't.
That's terrible.
The Jesuits began reckoning with their past a few years ago when confronted with protests by Georgetown University students. Jesuit leader Timothy Kasicki.
They still exist.
Around Emancipation Day in Washington, D.C., there was an event at Georgetown in which, amongst other things, I apologized for the Jesuits' history.
Oh, damn, family. Jeez.
Today,
apologies.
The Society of Jesus, who helped to establish
Listen,
Georgetown
family.
University, and whose leaders enslaved and mercilessly sold your ancestors, stands before you to say that we have greatly sinned. We are profoundly sorry.
And some might ask, what does an apology do? And I think first and foremost,
I think he will.
it's a
It's
recognition
like,
that this happened, that we did this, and that it was wrong. But I think that that act of apologizing, of admission, and contrition can lay the ground for a fruitful partnership.
The partnership included consultations with 3 slave descendant groups.
What I will say to you, Cheryl, is we are excited about this opportunity.
Joseph Stewart is working on the project with the Jesuits.
It's time we put this dehumanizing legacy behind us and put justice, equality, love, self-respect, and human dignity in front of us, in our future. And that's our goal, to impact the future, not to relive the past.
The collaboration has produced the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation. It will offer reparations ranging from education opportunities to elderly care. So far, Kasecki says the
everything
Jesuits
everybody
have
gets anyway.
$15 million into a trust and will raise $100 million more over the next few years.
So reparations in the context of what we're talking about today means moving forward with healing and opportunities and education rather than paying cash to the descendants?
That is correct. With descendant leaders, they were very clear. We want you to make a bold investment in something forward. There is no price. They said to me, there's no price we can put.
Which one of you coons did that? Which one of them did it? Huh?
No. Stop it right there.
That's what I said. Which one of they did it?
Is that reparations?
No. They're getting everything everybody else gets, putting money away. And which one of you coons decided that money was not good enough? Which one of you made that decision?
God, I'm so sick of black people saying that shit. Well, there's no money that's big enough that's going to cover the debt. Everybody else that got reparations got a fucking check.
Word. They've told me. Listen, he's like, the leaders told me
$1 million more over the next few years.
So reparations in the context of what
John Lewis. So guys, that could have been another John Lewis. That could have been,
like, which one of you coons did that to foundational Black America? Leave it like that. Just say I'm saying it like that. Because they basically said no cash.
That could have been Cornel West.
Like,
Henry Gates.
Please, Jesuit white man, make all our decisions. What? What? Are you serious? Please, white man, make all our decisions with our money. Like, you fuckers haven't learned yet. Like, oh, God. All right. Yeah, one more time for the people in the back.
Moving forward with healing and opportunities and education rather
it's like counseling and books
than paying cash to the descendants.
That is correct. With descendant leaders, they were very clear. We want you to make a bold investment in something forward. There is no price. They said to me, there's no price we can put on what you did in the past, but we expect you.
He's lying. You see his face. But which one of you motherfuckers even said that? Like, that's what I want to know. Ugh.
Using your largesse to invest in the future.
He said, put it in something like what? Specific? No, man, no.
Check.
You can't trust them to do shit for us, man. Think about it. When have they thought of? Come on now, you gonna let this motherfucker lie to you like that directly to your face? Look, he's lying. They want us to what? They don't even give you an example. These leaders don't have an example of what they want to put this $15-20 million in. What?
Send us to these leaders.
Just trust this Jesuit. They got us here in the first place. Come on now, cuz. Fucking retarded, man.
Probably one of those fucking Christians that said, let go and let Jesus handle it.
Oh my God. I don't know. I gotta like research this part. I'm like, God, man, you fuckers suck. Who said you were in charge to speak for anybody that needs it? Like, who put you fuckers in charge for real? Who said you were the designated people to go have these discussions?
Probably the NAACP.
Yeah. Probably.
In many American cities
Definitely.
and states, there's
I some old Democratic motherfucking Republican type shit. I always think back to that too.
talk of providing reparations with no single vision of the form it should take. Evanston, Illinois is using money from a sales tax on marijuana to give some Black residents who experienced housing discrimination $25,000 in housing assistance. In California, a task force made up of slaves' descendants is in a 2-year process to propose reparations. Other recent efforts include scholarships from Catholic nuns for Black students in Louisiana, a $27 million plan at Princeton University, $1.7 million from the Virginia Theological Seminary, $1.1 million from an Episcopal diocese in New York, and $13 million from another in Texas. But there's formidable opposition to the new efforts.
They're not.
Some
Oh
of
my
it
God.
comes from the very people who would benefit from reparations.
I really think that it's white guilt, and what they're demanding is extortion money.
Robert
What?
Woodson led civil
The
rights
fuck did he just
demonstrations
say?
in the 60s. Today, he heads a group that helps
Please pause it. Extortion money, motherfucker. It's a debt that's old. How the extortion money? This is why we can't trust these old niggas. Just don't trust them old niggas.
That's what he says too.
That motherfucker look like he going on 90.
That motherfucker is a Rolling Stone.
Extortion money. Ain't that a bitch?
This motherfucker right here. I was like, who let the coons out? Who let them out? Just because you people aren't listening, me and Jesse are irate.
Virginia Theological Seminary, 1.1 million from an Episcopal diocese in New York, and 13 million from another in Texas. But there's formidable opposition to the new efforts, and some of it comes from the very people who would benefit from reparations.
I really think that it's white guilt, and what they're demanding is extortion money.
Robert Woodson led civil rights demonstrations in the 60s. Today, he heads a group that helps poor, high-crime neighborhoods devise their own recoveries. And he's an outspoken critic of reparations.
If you could briefly define reparations, what is that to you?
Reparations is supposed to be some material compensation for slavery. Back in the 60s, we were talking about the clenched fist, black power, and self-determination. Today, we have devolved to Black Lives Matter with the hand out, asking for compensation.
He obviously is fucking unaware, dude.
I just think reparations is really a distraction.
You are obviously fucking still unaware. We've moved past that. Fucking Black Lives Matter.
These old niggas. Exactly why. Because of motherfuckers like this. How in the fuck are you gonna say that's extortion?
They steal you, rob you, rape you, pillage you, steal you.
But then when he said extortion, it was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is a debt that's old. We've been owed this shit since the Civil War. What the fuck are you talking about? Extortion.
Nah, this motherfucker. Look how. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It deflects attention away from the real challenges facing the Black community and the country.
Woodson raised questions about reparations for which he says there are no good answers.
He's a major fucking coon.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, no lie about that.
How does one settle on an amount? Who exactly gets it? How would the millions of biracial families factor in?
Here we go.
The very fact that there were thousands of freed Blacks who owned slaves. There were Native Americans, these 5 civilized tribes. There were 5,000 slaves when they were on that Trail of Tears. They took with them thousands of African slaves. Now, do the offsprings or the families of those Indians who own slaves, do they pay? How about the descendants of the free Blacks that own slaves? Do they pay?
Oh my God.
What is the purpose? Is it to punish white people for the sins of the past? Are we seeking cosmic justice?
What the fuck is he talking about?
So what is the purpose of it?
There might be people who say you could be right.
Yes, and more motherfucking yes. Anybody that had their fucking hands in slavery, yes, they owe us. God damn it.
Including Britain. Mm-hmm. There's another little interesting thing, right? That goes along with this. But yeah, no, fuck that, man. This motherfucker right here. Traitor.
This may not be helpful, but if it doesn't hurt, what's the harm?
Well, the harm is
letting this motherfucker talk for everybody.
Oh my God.
It really presents the critical problem as somehow being external. The problems that Black America faces is external. And that white people have the power to change it.
What?
We can make them guilty enough.
What?
That's a complicated, confusing, self-destructive message.
He said guilty enough. He's stupid.
Motherfucker, this is a debt that is old. And enough guilt in the world gonna change that. It's a debt owed. They fucking owe us. Cut the fucking check. This is why TBA always says don't trust them old niggas. Because he's just like, well, I'm on my way out. I don't give a fuck about the youth. They don't
This
deserve
motherfucking Lyme disease having motherfuckers. He's so fucking. Oh my God, he's like a motherfucking raisin. Like a real light skinned raisin. That's what happens when they get old. Look at Al Sharpton, man. He was dark like a motherfucker.
He don't give a fuck about his grandkids. He don't give a fuck about his kids.
I know. He must have money or something. He must have generational wealth. Be the coon.
Oh, God. Major coons.
Do coons have generational wealth? Question mark.
No.
No. Like, hold on a sec. Hold on. Just for funsies. Hold on a sec. Pause that thought right there. Just for fun.
Oh, God. This man. Oh, these old knees. These old knees. That is horrible. What are you gonna guilt them to death? The fucking check, motherfucker. Everybody else that got reparations,
sorry,
they got it in fucking check.
Right.
They have dumb shit talking about, is it gonna be causing justice?
Yeah.
Is it gonna be this? Is it gonna be that?
That motherfucking old antique ass motherfucker. He just shut up. He's so stupid, man. He must have generational wealth built up. He must be able to leave a legacy. He must be able to do something. Since he's so, who made him who made this motherfucker the spokesperson?
Right.
Who's it? What's his name? I don't know. I'm gonna tell him. I'm telling on you, man. We're telling on you, Foundation of Black America, right now, sir. What is his name? That motherfucker. I'll look real quick. I'm not gonna play it. I'm just gonna look. This guy right here, yeah, he's a major traitor. Huh. That's all the way I call him. God, man, I wish they said his name at least.
His name.
1 million from an Episcopal diocese in New York and 13 million from another in
Jesus,
Texas.
That's nothing.
But there's formidable opposition to the new efforts, and some of it comes from the very people who would benefit from reparations.
I really think that it's white guilt, and what they're demanding is extortion money.
Robert Woodson led civil rights.
Robert Woodson, enemy of the state.
Oh my God.
Treason. Like, is this treasonous? It feels like it.
No, he was clearly a slave. The motherfucker was marching with John Lewis. He speed on the Pettis Bridge.
Oh my God.
Fuck out of here. This is why these people be trusted.
Look at him like sellout. Motherfucking racial sellout.
He looks like a fucking sellout.
He does. Major sellout. Oh, that white money, that white pipe, man. I'll just do whatever.
Robert Woodson.
Sellout. Shame on you, bruh. How we got generational wealth and their fucking grandchildren and their grandchildren are going to be fucking poor and homeless living under a motherfucking bridge because you're making these kind of decisions.
Right.
Carry on. Let me back up. I don't want to hear the word. Get over here.
Critical problem is somehow being external. The problems that Black America faces is external. And that white people have the power to change it if we can make them guilty.
No white savior, cuz.
No.
Created the poverty. Pause it. Babe. I got to point out. They created the economic deprivation. So if they can create economic deprivation, they can get us out of economic deprivation.
Yeah, if they want to, yeah. If they were really, if they didn't mean it. Earlier, should say the dominant society didn't mean it. They might do it. These motherfuckers are conditioned to not give us nothing back. Yeah, you're right. If they created the system like this, yeah, you're right. But who's in control of the system now? You know what I mean? And it's still them. It's just a different nationality or religious belief system or whatever. So ultimately, it always goes back to religion and, dominance. God, man, you gotta kiss the white man's ass. House Negro.
Big time.
Major.
Complicated, confusing, self-destructive
It's only
message to send.
It's only complicated and I said it's only complicated and confusing when it comes to us. Everybody cut and dry, they have no issues with it. But when it comes to us, it's complicated and confusing. No, motherfucker, goddamn check.
Yeah, for real.
To young people, that somehow all of the problems that they face, underemployment, out of wedlock births, drug addiction.
He must be a Republican. He's spitting Republican conservative points. Wedlock. Really?
Wedlock. The last time you heard that word. Wedlock. Wedlock means fucking without marriage or something. Having a baby without being married. Under God's eyes.
Civil rights fossils that needs to hurry up and kick the fucking bucket, because we can't have motherfuckers like this speaking for us. It's horrible.
Who put this guy in fucking charge? This is who put him in charge?
He's the FBA and he's speaking against his own interests.
Sellout. That's what I said. Is it treason to the FBA? Is it treason? That's what I said. Fucking traitor. What would your mama think?
Babies being shot to death.
Oh, God.
That all of those problems are within the control of white America to change.
Is it not?
That's the
where the fuck did we learn this shit from? Who the fuck did we learn this shit from?
What shit? The supremacy shit?
No,
the president?
The bullshit he's spitting. He's talking
white
about
people?
Exactly.
It's always back to that. White people. The dominant society. You know? The ones who want to oppress.
Just shooting up the black babies. Who was shooting up black?
Yeah, God. That's another topic. It's so disgusting.
Who taught us to hate ourselves?
White people.
Who taught us to have kids out of wedlock?
White people always white people. We have to live under their well, they don't have to. I mean, they push their belief systems, all their belief systems on everybody they fucking stole, kidnapped, fucking oppressed, pillaged, moved from other places. They've pushed their shit on, like Mr. Nasheed says in one of the hidden colors, you know, that no matter what you do, especially us, you try to conform to the religion, you try to and it's never enough. It's never enough. It's worse for us, you know?
Story, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like that. And like the fact that this motherfucker don't know that he's been buck broken for reals. Okay, for real. I mean, major sellout, major coon. Who put you in charge of even speaking on the subject? If you're not even gonna be in you're clearly from the Americans. You're not gonna be in fucking for us.
They should have fucking interviewed Dr. Clyde Anderson. These motherfuckers want to interview Dr. Clyde Anderson when it comes to reparations. Because he would have told them straight up, yeah, cut the goddamn check. He wouldn't towing and pussyfooting around it. And oh, it's black people's problem. It's black people's problem while they're in the condition they're in. That's what he's saying. He's basically pointing the finger at us, saying that it's our fault.
And that's that ignorant fucking rhetoric that the arrogant, disrespectful, non-FBA types, not all of them, just those particular ones, are pushing out there to the world. That's the type of rhetoric. You know what I mean? Praise the white man. Bow to the white man. Thank the white man. Where's your gratitude for the white man? Right? Where's your gratitude for them to, you know, they feed you, they clothe you, they house you. Where's your gratitude? You know, you're lazy, you're what. Come on now. That's the same shit that everybody's been saying. That, you know what I mean? And in all essence, he's wrong. He's wrong for it. And he's gonna go, you know, he's not gonna there's no heaven for this guy. No, all eyes are judgment on you, but I promise you.
The danger of the message.
That message is dangerous. You know that, right?
I've heard as much about them, but billions of dollars in reparations have been paid throughout American history. In 1848,
everybody else.
A freed black woman named Henrietta Wood was working as a housekeeper when a white man kidnapped her back into slavery. Freed again after the Civil War, she sued for damages and wages and won an award from an all-white jury. Since then, federal and local tax money has been given for Black scholarships, cash payments, and community development.
It's not the same thing.
In 1971, Alaska Native Americans received $1 billion and 44 million acres of land. And in 1988, American taxpayers gave $1.2 billion, $20,000 per person, to 60,000 living Japanese Americans who'd been held in detention camps.
That's like them. That's like that's like that the huge shit. 1.2 billion for 60,000 Japanese Americans held in detention camps during World War II. Woo! 1.2, 20,000 per person. 1988. To say like, oh, you know, anti-Semitic motherfucking Asian hate fucking what the fuck? But they've been, oh my god.
During World War II.
Huh? Yeah.
But it's so complicated when it comes to us.
Right. Okay, that's trash. Okay, that scared me. I live in the hood. There you go.
Whether there will ever be one big national settlement for slavery remains to be seen. A congressional proposal to study a federal reparations program.
Otra vez. Oh my god.
HR weak ass 40. For the banana and the tailpipe. HR 40 is a fucking joke. That's just been sitting on the House floor since I was a child, since I was born, since 87. They ain't doing nothing with that. It's just a fucking study. To study reparations. No, y'all know what the fuck y'all did. Y'all know what the fuck y'all continue to do. TBS has so many fucking broadcasts, or Professor Black Truth has so many broadcasts on who owes us reparations.
Yeah.
And it's still making this shit difficult. Talking about, we don't know how much we have to pay. We don't know who to pay to. You know who the fuck was a slave and who wasn't a slave. You know this stuff. You have records of it. So just cut the bullshit, quit stalling, and cut the goddamn check.
Yeah, and all this can end for now. You know, why? Ooh, I don't even have that question. Never mind. I have that question. I already know why. I know why.
Hasn't gone anywhere since April. But the debate is stirring long-standing resentments and even dividing civil rights allies.
Where in the world does anybody identify someone as their victimizer who knocks them down, and they demand that the victimizer come and lift them up?
What? That's like, oh, you stole my car. Yeah, fuck yeah, you dare. Fuck yeah, give me my money. Fuck you, baby.
Oh my god, this nigga's gotta be a Republican.
It's just a coon.
If somebody does, they ought to take you to a mental institution.
Let's take you first, though.
Yeah,
victimize might have knocked you down, but the victim has to get up. And it also prevents Black America from addressing the enemy within.
Oh, here we go. Please don't blur, please.
Here we go.
The enemy within. Please don't say it. Oh my God.
The black on black murder rate that's occurring, white people can do nothing about that. That is an internal enemy that must be addressed internal to the Black community. So what I'm recommending that.
And dominant society didn't create that?
Really?
Huh. Hey, please don't make me play Neely Fuller Jr. right now in one of those hip hop cartoons. I still will.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. He's on his way out.
That motherfucker got a whole booger hanging out his nose right there.
He got one foot in his brain.
Look, that's a whole booger right there, cuz.
He just needs to die.
That's an old. He got old ass motherfucking booger hanging out. I can't take it seriously.
Got to go. He's standing. He's part of the motherfuckers that be standing in the way. Well, what about black on black crime? What the fuck does that have to do with reparations?
Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. It's like, look, he can get away with that, but Whoopi can't. I just said they made her soft apologize. That was horrible. That's really bad.
With it because he's spitting their talking points.
Right.
This is the shit that white supremacists say. Well, What about black on black crime? Well, if we give you reparations, you're just gonna give it right back. What about wedlock? What about kids in wedlock? What about all these kids that have no daddy? Blah blah blah. Well, why don't they have a daddy? Because you locked him up. Because you made him where he couldn't be in the household. You passed laws that barred him from being in the household. So what the fuck, man? He sound if I wasn't watching this video and I just heard him talk, I would think it was a white boy.
Right. I told you about closing your eyes and listen to the voices. They're white voices and black bodies.
Just like a fucking white supremacist, but he's in blackface.
Right. You close your eyes and you listen. That's exactly how you feel when you open your eyes. You're like, you're shocked.
Of slavery.
He
was from it, like they said earlier in the video, but yeah, he's talking against it, and then he wants to talk this dumb shit about the enemy within. You're the enemy within, motherfucker.
Clearly.
No. And all those that think like you, y'all need to kick the fucking bucket. Y'all already on your way out. COVID's already killing you. And I don't like to wish death on nobody, but you got it coming, dude.
It's definitely not going to a peaceful place because that shit's fucked up.
You are what TBA has warned us about. You old niggas. I got to go.
It didn't say that. Yeah, it does say that. He does say that. He's like, oh, you won't. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, God, man.
There'd be a 1-year moratorium on talking about white people at all.
Oh, my God. Listen, this is his ideas, Black Valley.
Say that. Oh, my God.
If some
there you
American
go.
taxpayers gave $1.2 billion, $20,000 per person, to 60,000 living Japanese Americans who'd been held in detention camps during World War II. Whether there will ever be one big national settlement for slavery remains to be seen. A congressional proposal to study a federal reparations program hasn't gone anywhere since April. But the debate is stirring long-standing resentments and even dividing civil rights allies.
Where in the world does anybody identify someone as their victimizer who knocks them down, and they demand that the victimizer come and lift them up?
Oh, my God.
If somebody does, they ought to take you to a mental institution. The victimizer might have knocked you down, but the victim has to get up. And it also prevents Black America from addressing the enemy within. The Black on Black murder rate that is occurring, white people can do nothing about that. That is an internal enemy that must be addressed internal to the Black community. So what I'm recommending, there be a 1-year moratorium on talking about white people at all. Just stop talking about white people for 1 year and come together within the Black community and talk about what we can do to address the enemy within.
It doesn't make things right.
No.
It doesn't mean things are forgiven.
No.
What does it do?
Georgetown has stepped up in a leadership position. I expect them to use all the expertise that they have at their fingertips and in their students and their alumni and connections in the world to figure that out.
Hell nah.
One economist from Duke University
She's stupid.
that a comprehensive reparations program.
You see what I'm talking about? It's like, hell nah, man. For reals. Like, I can't make these kind of decisions with cash. I'm just going to let the white man continue to hold my money and make decisions for me that I have no idea about. And look where it got me. What the fuck, old lady?
Because you trust these old niggas. Both of them is old as fuck. They on their way out. They don't give a fuck about their grandkids. They don't give a fuck about their kids. And they're just like, oh, well, I got mine. You get yours.
Fucking.
I trust these old niggas. They have to go.
She said, oh my God, I don't want to go back into it. She said, I trust them to make the right decision. What? Slap yourself. Why get all upset then if you're going to just trust the white man to do that again? Like, what the fuck is that about? Hell nah. You fought so hard, and then you're going to just let them take it back? Hold on to this and you make decisions. Please.
You do it, white daddy. White daddy, you make the decisions.
Mm-hmm. Why else do it?
So you
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
That's what she said, and what he said was just complete bullshit.
Complete utter bullshit, dude.
Out talking about white people for a year. Really?
What is that gonna do? That's like say, please don't say fuck for a whole year.
We need a moratorium on white people. He sound like DeSantis.
Right. Like, what is that gonna do? You gonna talk about white people for a whole year?
Talk about white supremacy anymore because it offends white people. And God forbid if we offend them, but it's okay if they offend us on a daily, minute, second
Yeah,
basis.
exactly. Every second, yeah. I was saying earlier, I was like, I'm not gonna be offended or upset by when I leave to go do anything from now till fucking whenever. Like as soon as I walk out the motherfucking door, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's gonna be something, and we're only in the second month, for God's sakes. You know, still early. Family, this is Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. Also, it said, well, how long is the reparation supposed to take? 15 minutes. 15 whole minutes. This is you don't know what getting on code is. I suggest you look it up.
Use when we say reparations. Reparations means to repair damage that's been done. Now, we have been damaged all the way, not just in some things, not just in lack of some money. Money won't do it for us. And if the white supremacists, that's the first thing black people think about because we've had so little of it. So when we think of reparations, we think of everybody lining up on a golden day, and everybody's going to get a check with their name on it. And then, hallelujah, party time, barbecue time, limousine time. Okay. Well, the booty shaking all over the place. All right. At last, free at last, reparations. No. First of all, we should get that out of our minds about cash. Cash will destroy us.
Oh, my God.
20 days after we get it. It'll be the biggest mess you ever saw.
Pastor,
And the white
you think
supremacists
that
will be laughing like I don't know what at our carrying on.
do you think that and because we've read the books, so you know it's a little different now, you know what I mean? It's
Well, we're in a capitalistic society, so there's going to be a segment of our population that's going to blow the money. There's no doubt about that.
No doubt, yeah.
What they're worried about is a segment of our population that's not going to blow the money and actually invest the money or use it to buy land or build our own cities, our own communities. That's what they're worried about.
Yeah. Because if they spent their money, that boosts their economy, right?
Right. That's a stimulus package.
Yeah.
A stimulus fucking package, but that's not what they're worried about. They're worried about those of us that's gonna invest the money, that's gonna do something constructive with the money. That's what they're worried about.
Yeah. That's like, listen, like, come on, man. Don't disappoint me, Neely.
That cash money, millions of dollars for every black person. I can see it now. And if you stop and think about it and just look out the window at us now and look at how we go about doing things, look at what's important to us, and then imagine us each with $10 million apiece instantly on a payday or $20 million or whatever it is. And then imagine us if we get paid at 5 o'clock that morning, what we'll be acting like by 5 o'clock that evening. With the state of mind that we have, being the type of people that we have turned out to be in the system of white supremacy here in 2019. Just stand back and think about it. That's all I'm asking to do. Just stand back. Reparations, cash for every black person who has suffered directly, indirectly in the system of racism, legacy of slavery or whatever, segregation, lack of civil rights, lack of jobs, being paid off, $30 million for each black person. I'm just throwing that out as a figure. Got paid this morning, on this day, on a Friday. By Sunday, I have told people down through the years, I wouldn't want to be anywhere around us. And I mean that. Seriously. If that's the deal that we would get. Cash money, to spend any way that we choose to spend. No conditions. So, what do you say about reparations, Fuller? You know, so codification is not about talking about how things are or how things could be in a terrible way. What would reparations be? We're talking about a generational thing, mainly the big poor.
Mm-hmm.
It would be education. Start with. Because people who don't have any sense ain't got no business with no money. Number one. All right? Education. A lot of it. Tons of it.
We already
that
have
would be the
We already
first
have that,
thing
yeah.
in reparations. Get your mind straight. Because we're thinking long range here. Not any one-shot deal. That ain't going nowhere. The white supremacists have every dime of that money back and then tell every black person, you've been paid off. Now get out, find another planet to go to because this one is mine. I paid you all off.
Yeah.
So if you didn't know what to do with your money, that's on you because we got it all back by 5 o'clock the next evening with some of you. Every cent of it we got back.
But some of
you immediately went out
Some of
talking
you,
about
not all of
you
you.
want to.
Mm-hmm.
Notice he said some, he didn't say all. So
Yeah.
what if some that didn't give the money back? What did they do with the money? See, it's all speculation until it actually happens.
Right. I mean, they weren't that worried about it when they gave everybody else it.
I agree with him. It needs to be a generational thing, but we already have education. We got more degrees than the law allow. It's not getting us nowhere.
Nowhere. And two, like, you know, when they gave reparations to everybody else, however they want to word it,
Yeah.
they weren't that concerned
No, they weren't.
at all. Okay, they gave land and everything. Like there was not this much motherfucking fear, lack thereof, holdout, fucking. I don't think so. Let's build a fucking a think tank for fucking 10 years. No, there's none of that. None of that. They're just here. Here you go. Oh, that's your bloodline. Here you go. I mean, look at the Native American situation. All you gotta do is blood test. Bam, you can go to the rest. You know what I mean? You got money forever. You got a little home on the reservation. You know what I mean? You got 50 dogs. You good. You drink all day. Chill. They weren't tripping when they gave them everything. Everything. Twice now. Right? They gave it to them again, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, they weren't tripping. There was not this much discussion, like family, as it is now. They're so concerned. So there's so much fear right here. And that's fear. They don't want to give reparations. They don't want to even acknowledge it's fear.
White chauffeur in your 15 limousines that you're going to buy. We know that. We pretend that we don't know that, but we know how we are. Slaughtering each other. I'll kill a blankety blank. That's how we'll talk. And pay for him. I can see it now. So what do? No. We need an education program that's solid. The best in the world. And it needs to be generational. Guaranteed education. First-class education in everything that matters. Not the scrap education that we're getting now. Education is 100% constructive. Nothing non-constructive anywhere in it. Everything in it constructive. All right. And health care. That goes along with education. Okay? You want guaranteed. Guaranteed. And transportation and housing. I call it the big four. Education, health care, housing, transportation. Generational. Spread out. And don't just give us a house without a break on certain things. See, because we don't have discipline. We haven't been taught discipline. We've never had to be disciplined, except somebody hitting us over the head. That's what we associate with discipline. But we need self-discipline, which we don't have, which means if you give a black person a house, okay, that's helping to repair because we've been denied housing for so long. But you have to put a break on that. You have to tell every black person, you can never sell this house. You can trade it, but you can never sell it. You can trade it for another house in another place. You can do that, maybe 3 or 4 times. But and then there's a limit, because we got to be reasonable about it. We're talking about real reparations.
Get on code, family. I played that because it's important. It's really important. And I couldn't find the one that I was looking for, so that was actually important. But he also says that reparation takes 15 minutes. Less talking, more action. You know? And that's the one I was looking for, actually. Yeah. Yeah, this shit is fucking crazy. One more, and then we're done. We're gonna call it quits right here after this one. 1 second. 1 second, family. Okay. Crazy, right? This is fucking crazy. Like, I suggest everybody go and check in with Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed, and definitely the Black Authority. Definitely. I wouldn't even press like stop. Just definitely go over there. You know? That lady has legs as big as mine. Sorry. What'd you think, Justin?
I mean, all that he described can be bought.
Where's your camera, cuz?
All that he described can be bots.
Well.
It just goes back to these old niggas.
I think everyone likes saying it that way. Her fucking menace. Real deal. Fucking menace. Menacing. I mean, oops. Sorry about that. You're not ready for the business, Black family. Not now, anyway. That was real deal Holyfield right there. All right. This guy. Well, this is the last one.
Comes down in many ways.
You see it?
Organizations take on the payment
for
over
yes, I can see it.
and a half. So much to be said about this idea.
Why did it go down?
Of reparations. And it really comes down in many ways to whether you think Black folk deserve to have the damage done repaired. And there are many people at the forefront of this movement, but there's probably no movement more powerful, more vocal, and more influential in the conversation about reparations in the United States than that of ADOS. It's controversial, it's debated, it's contested, but it's absolutely one of the most important organizations going on. And so we wanted to have one of the founders of the organization, Yvette Carnell, join us here on Black News tonight. Yvette, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Mark. I appreciate it.
Mark Lamont.
Talk to me first of all about the current reparation policy proposals that are on the table. We see locally based things like in Evanston, Illinois. We see conversations about broader proposals. What's your sense of what the current policy landscape is?
Well, I see Evanston actually as a problem because what you see is that there were money
for
reparations, like $250K. But that money, first of all, it's a pittance. It's hardly anything. And second of all, it was merely a suggestion. It wasn't actually an allotment. So in terms of what reparation has to be, it has to be a national project, because it was America that did this. It wasn't just local communities, it was America. And so we have to start at the federal level, and we can do local ordinances like we've seen, or we're going to see in Louisville and other places, but we can't allow people to kind of skirt this issue and do articles and say, well, we're doing a great thing, we're doing this thing in Evanston. And when you look at Evanston, it's not reparations, it's just a suggestion. We need real money, real wealth, because wealth was plundered and wealth must be repaid.
So talk to me about that claim right there. Wealth is plundered, wealth must be repaid. That is the fundamental argument of reparations for most folk, myself included. But a lot of times where we get stuck is the details of what kind of plunder we're talking about, what kind of money it takes to repair the damage done, who gets it, and how they get it. So talk to me a little bit about ADOS's policy vision as it pertains to reparations.
Well, ADOS, the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, we are committed to cash payments. And we are committed to cash payments to a specific group of people, right? And those are American descendants of slavery. Now, we have a transformative Black agenda that includes all Black people. But in terms of reparations, those are the people that built the country and have been systemically, methodically oppressed since then. So you have to have a method, not only for cash payments, but for programs to protect that wealth. Because you can give wealth to a group of people, and then that money is plundered by white supremacy and super capitalists who would like nothing more than to take it away from us. So we have to have certain protections, but we absolutely have to have cash payments. And this absolutely has to be a federal government initiative in terms of how we do this and how we have outlays and appropriations and things of that nature. It has to happen that way.
Why are dental companies
I was just agreeing with her.
Yeah.
To make this toothbrush illegal in the U.S. This U.S. Army
what she
dentist
said
built a
is-
device
what she
to give
said is
Americans the
very
dental care they
fucking
deserve.
firm. Just what it's meant to be.
Cash payments, how much we talking?
I like to talk about it as a down payment. I don't like to talk about it because I always say it this way. It takes a lot more time to heal a wound than it takes to inflict a wound. And America has been inflicting a wound for 400 years plus. So it's going to take longer than that to actually heal that wound and close the racial wealth gap, which we like to call the lineage wealth gap. It's going to take longer than that. So I like to call it a down payment. But I think we're talking about at least 20 trillion. That's where we are.
At least.
Down payment.
At least.
$20 trillion. So, and it's an interesting number when you think about what happened during the pandemic, when American capitalism was on the brink, when Trump's presidency was looking shaky, when
what the fuck does that got
the
to do
heads
with
of
us?
multinational corporations were like, what are we going to do? They found $1 trillion real quick for
Real
America,
quick.
right? So the idea of not being able to recover $20 trillion is somewhat less plausible than it was before, because there was time you almost sounded like Dr. Evil saying anything with a T in it, right? But now that amount of money doesn't sound crazy anymore to people. But for the person who asks, how do we
For
get
us,
that
though,
money?
for
Where does it come from?
reparations,
How do you sustain a
that sounds pretty motherfucking
budget? How do you
crazy.
sustain an economy
Too much
while giving
money.
$20 trillion to a 13% of the people, and really less than 13% of the people, if you're talking about ADOS lineage, right? How do you do that? What do you say to that person?
Well, I say to everybody, I'm not mandating or demanding that everything happen at one time. I'm not demanding that. This is a project. And this is a formidable project. We actually have to have processes in place. So if we want to start the project and say we have 2 trillion this year, and we have 1 trillion next year, and we have 3 trillion, we can do that. But the problem in America isn't how, because everybody found a way to give Guam reparations, even though it wasn't on the level of ADOS. Everybody found a way to give Japanese Americans reparations, even though it's not on the level of American descendants of slavery. The problem that we have is not how do we do this. The problem that we have is people who don't believe that we should do this. And so I'm more than willing to enter into negotiations and conversations with people who are asking about the how, because the how is something we can figure out. This doesn't have to be, listen, this country did this in a multi-generational way, and we can fix this in a multi-generational way. It doesn't have to all happen today, but it has to happen. And we can enter into that conversation with people of goodwill who want to see this happen. The problem that America has is that there are not enough people, and Martin Luther King Jr. said this himself about even liberals who just kind of tolerate us rather than want the best for us or want justice for us. We need to deal with those people and have an honest conversation with them, because I can figure out the how. The 20 trillion doesn't have to happen all in 2020, 2021 or 2022 or 2023. We can figure out a process, but it has to happen. And people have to be willing and have the will to do it.
Will happen.
One of the things that ADOS gets criticized the most for, and I've been critical of you, and you know this, I've told you directly, is the conversations that often emerge from people who identify as ADOS around nativism, right? There often becomes a discourse that emerges online from people with the ADOS hashtag, and I'm using that language very carefully because you've said to me before, that ain't us, right? You know, the people may use the hashtag, that don't mean they represent us. But is there any room for a conversation, in your estimation, around how ADOS and its sort of commitment to talking about descendants of slavery may alienate people who come from other parts of the continent, may undermine a Pan-African agenda, or may kind of replicate, whether it's through the American flag imagery or through constantly talking about a certain kind of lineage?
Right, to your colonizer. Exactly. Hold your own nuts to your colonizer.
Almost replicate a certain kind of American nationalism.
Oh my God.
Well, you know, I think we have to make a sort of delineation, right? There's a difference between nationalism and nativism. We're proud of the country that we built. We're proud of the slaves who built the country. We are absolutely proud of our freedom struggle. Jim Crow, mass incarceration. We're proud that we're still here. So what I would say is, we are absolutely have a right to be proud of what we built, right? The same way that a Jamaican American is absolutely proud of their history of coming out of slavery. The same way a Haitian is absolutely proud of the overture. We're proud in the same way, and you have to let us have that. We are a specific ethnic lineage. That's who we are. Now, there have been a lot of diaspora wars, but let me say this: a lot of those wars were not started by us. And a lot of those wars, we were defending ourselves. People call me the granddaughter of a cotton picker, right? People call me all sorts of names because I come from sharecroppers. And the problem that I have with a lot of Pan-Africanists is that they will look at me and say, oh my God, you have people behaving in ways that are unproductive. And I want to say, you have a lot of people who are behaving in ways that are white supremacists. They are behaving in co-sign white supremacy. We saw CNN, somebody said,
with the recall tethers.
Yeah. Right. And it's true though. And it's just, we just watched a video where they're behaving like that.
Say something, they could say something about America's the greatest country. I could never have done this in another country. Meanwhile, we as ADOS see this, we see what America has done to us. And we see that a lot of people are not very respectful of not only what we have endured, but the pathway where we have opened up to them to come here. If it wasn't for us and our freedom struggle, there would be no black and brown people here. And so we see a lot of disrespect coming our way. So I think the people who criticize us need to also criticize the people who disparage us as well. I only see criticism coming in our direction, and that's a problem for me.
Right.
I think that's fair. So let's stipulate for a minute that there's a lot of outside criticism coming towards you that's unfair. And what do you say though about the criticisms that are being levied towards ADOS for these ideas around sort of being anti-immigrant, sort of not just sort of having a critique of Pan-Africanism, but almost deriding it? I mean, and again, maybe all of this isn't part of the fundamental ideology, but it certainly plays out in the kind of primary space where ADOS conversations are having, which is online, as much of our conversations are for everybody. How do you think that it's gotten unwieldy because it's online and because you can't have you can't control who hashtags it? Do you feel like the messaging hasn't been clear, or do you think that this is just part and parcel of how this kind of politics go?
Well, I think
the message is clear.
You're right on. There have been people who just throw the hashtag in because they want clout. And they do that on Clubhouse, they do that on Twitter, they do it on social media, everywhere. They just want clout. I'm going to say I'm ADOS, but I'm going to bring in some stuff from other people who are not ADOS, and I'm going to just throw it, right, at immigrants. I'm going to throw it at Black immigrants. I'm going to disparage them. That has happened, but that's not a part of what we're doing in terms of our organization. What we have said is that, listen, we are absolutely interested in organizing with people who are Black immigrants and people who are Black American, but come from immigrant backgrounds. But we have to organize with a certain kind of foundation, right? We have to have the same kind of politics. I'm not opposed to someone who comes from somewhere else who comes here. We have to have the same politics, though. And I do think there has been disparaging, right, on both sides. But
lost my chapstick. That's what I was looking for.
In terms of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, is move to a place to where if you have our politics, we have a lot in terms of our agenda for anti-discrimination, right? So if you are a Black person in America, you still benefit from our agenda. So like-minded people we would like to pull in here. We do have a critique of Pan-Africanism. When we say that, like, in terms of, and I think it was Nikki Giovanni who said something similar, everybody has to be responsible for their corner of the world. And in this corner, ADOS is most responsible. And we will support you with whatever you want to do in Ghana, whatever you want to do in Nigeria. But we have to be responsible with what happened here, because I feel like Pan-Africanism has been like a feel-good kind of opium for Black people that has not netted anything in terms of real political advancement. And so I think we should all, and I'm not talking just about ADOS, I think all Black people should look locally, look to your state government, your sovereign nation in terms of where your advocacy
Sue, your colonizer.
You can't get reparations and voting rights in America.
Sue, your colonizer.
Well, you're not going to get police reform in Nigeria.
All right, I gotta go, but I want to bring you back because I want to really unpack this conversation about Pan-Africanism, because that's probably where you and I are going to separate just a little bit.
She gonna run circles around you guys.
Hopefully, Tone can make it as well, and we can continue to have this conversation about reparations. And our commitment here at Black News Tonight is to talk about reparations.
And that,
from a
ladies
variety
and
of voices.
gentlemen, is the seriousness of. Huh?
That bullshit channel is on its way out.
Clearly, it's a clearly fucked up ass situation, but this kind of makes sense though. It's what we're talking about.
Yeah, they just need to cut the goddamn check.
Sadly, it's not his shit, but that's really what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. Triggering, huh?
Bullshit.
Clearly. Anyway, any final words?
Cut the goddamn check. You know what the fuck you did. You know what you continue to do. Cut the check. I don't understand why it has to be so difficult for us to get reparations, but all these other groups that were oppressed in this country, and some that weren't even oppressed in this country, like the Jews.
Atrocities happen.
I just don't understand. I don't understand why it has to be so complicated. I don't understand why it has to be so confusing. So confusing. Is it the dollar amount? What is it? Like Yvette Carnell said, we will take a down payment. Something is better than nothing. And this shit has gone on for too damn long. HR 40 is a nothing burger. That means nothing. You want to create a commission to study reparations for us. You know what the hell you did. Just cut the damn check. As TBA always says, cut the damn check.
Yeah.
It's not hard. It's really not. Oh, you're worried that we're going to give it back? Well, that's a stimulus package. If we do get it back, that's a stimulus package. If we don't give it back, then you're really scared because you don't know what we're going to do with the money. We could go buy our own fucking country.
Right. There's a whole bunch of shit. Wow, for education, we already got that, man. We got medical. We got everything like that. I mean, so does everybody else. It's for everybody, you know. They're just talking about just specifically, you know. I mean, that's how it was for the natives, everyone who's got reparations in, you know, in those words, land and money.
Yeah, it could be land and money.
You know,
give us 5 fucking states. Give us reparations in cash and give us 5 fucking states. And we'll call it even, if you will. But until then, we're going to continue to bang the drum. I wish I had a drum because somebody said you need to bang the drum, actually. I wish I had a drum right now because I would be banging it for reparations. Like,
I'm going to make one today. Well, it could be broke down, but it's going to happen. I'm serious.
Is repair, monetarily, repair. Everybody else has gotten reparations, got it monetarily, and they received land, or a combination of the two.
Oh yeah, some more than once.
It's not
Because
that
they're
hard.
afraid of it. Why are they so afraid of it? What are you really worried about? Like, if it comes back to you, well, then you boosted your fucking your economy, and you get to say, "Oh, well, I was right about them." If not, then you know what I mean?
Then some of us are gonna give it back.
Right.
They're worried about the some that's not gonna give it back. It's gonna be a segment that's not gonna give it back, and that's what they're worried about.
Oh God.
But either way, cut the goddamn check.
They just need to stop fucking around, though. I mean, I'm sure all this will stop. Kind of. Maybe at least simmer down. Just do what you're supposed to. It shouldn't be this motherfucking hard. And don't let them motherfuckers speak for you. Like, oh my God. Serious traitors to your serious fucking race trading. Motherfucking sellouts.
They know who and who not to interview. Because if they would have interviewed Dr. Claude Anderson, he would have said something completely different. If they would have interviewed Tariq Nasheed, he would have said something completely different. If they would have interviewed any of the people that are pushing B1, Black Agenda, Black First.
Yeah, it would have been something different. Has to be something different. I mean, like, that's basically saying, like, we have no faith.
Yeah, that's basically.
And the other ones are like, well, I trust that you'll make the right decision for us.
No. Can't be trusted.
Look how much trust. Wow, look where it's gotten us. Here we are in 2022. And it's so frustrating. So frustrating, angry, and it just makes me like feel like I don't understand why there's so much pushback. I mean, I do understand. I don't, just lacking the actual serious understanding of it all. Being sarcastic, I understand. I don't. I'm like, why push back when if you just get it over with, save yourself the fucking pain. You know what I mean? It's just gonna get worse and worse as everybody shows you how great they are. So.
I mean, I agree with the part where there should be stipulations, there should be protections put in place.
Yeah, reasonable things. Like caveats, reasonable caveats. That aren't so fucking oppressive and restrictive.
Science, because of you thinking that we're just going to it's REPARATIONS. Just denying it altogether because you think that we're just gonna blow it. That is stupid. That's selfish. Now that is selfish.
Stereotypical.
Selfish and stereotypical. And it just shows the self-hatred that we are still dealing with. Like, you don't give a fuck about your kids. You don't give a fuck about your grandkids. You don't give a fuck about their kids and their kids.
Yeah.
And you say stupid shit like that.
You think that dude has can leave a legacy?
He's on his way out. That motherfucker got one.
I'm dancing on Soul Train. Let Tariq tell it.
That's one of those civil rights lawsuits.
Right.
Cadillac. Goddamn. Probably since that interview, he done kicked the bucket from COVID or something. But yeah, that's horrible.
He's an Antiquinox. Like what I call him in the house, Antiquinox.
trust them old niggas.
Fucking classic. He's a classic. And not in a good way. Not in a good way. Oh, yeah. Hey. Can I play? Look at. Can I play that song now? On our way out. Well, fuck it. I can do whatever I want. So, finally, with that note, do you have any is your final words?
Yes. Make sure you check us out tonight at 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the Frontline Black News. We will be touching on
everything other than this.
Biden administration in regards to as far as slain people, if you will, by the hands of the race soldiers. And make sure you check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Expect the unexpected will be the topic. So please call in with your questions, comments, and concerns. The number is 516-418-5996. Again, that number is 518-416-5996.
Hold on. Did I have this up here, right? No. Okay. 1 second. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 516-418, right?
No, 516-418-5996.
5996. And press 1 on Tuesday. Yeah, and yeah, that's all I gotta say. Yeah, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I'm gonna be wearing Blog Talk out all month. Look for me. All month. There you go. Oops, excuse me, I'm sorry. I misspelled. Also, you can look at it. Yeah, I misspelled that. Let me find it though. Let me find it. My fault. My fault. Yeah. So the bottom. And yeah, we still are kind of doing a fundraiser. And you can probably catch up on that on the
on Black News.
Yeah, Frontline Black News. Because right now that's just too much to type in right this second. I don't have it set up here on my StreamYard, and sometimes I use his, so I'll figure that out. But yeah, so just be in the loop for that. Call in Tuesday by nights, sleepy faces. Anybody that got any kind of grievance, we love that. We do, and we prove that. So go ahead and call in if you're bold enough, or you can always tap into any of the shows. Yeah, so thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. Stay tuned for a few future projects coming up. Hopefully, we can get into alignment. I spoke about that earlier. And yeah, thank you. Stay black, stay dangerous, and obviously, stay aware. Jesus. Anything else? I'm gonna play this song. Okay.
Peace, love, light, and Black empowerment.
I will see you at 10 on Frontline Black News. Let's see. This song is amazing. Especially for this moment. Them old ass motherfuckers straight acting like this. I don't care. This song is true. Alright. Peace out, Black family. See you at 10. Just see. Don't go to where Che. Let's see. And broadcast. Yes.